If you like our channel, please subscribe and make sure to click on the bell icon, so that you won't miss any future audiobooks we'll upload for free each week on YouTube.
The Last Lady of Thornhill Manor by Patricia Haverton. Chapter 1. Lady Amalia Gallagher bent to lay flowers on the grave at her feet. Her eyes skated over the inscription on the headstone. Lord Marshal Gallagher. Though she had no need. It had been 2 years since he had passed on, but she still felt the tears sting her eyes and would not let them fall. She was the daughter of the Duke of Thornhill, and she would not weep in public. "I apologize for not visiting you earlier, brother," she murmured. "No excuses, really. As I seldom leave the house anymore, save to visit you. Father would have come as well, but he is not well right now." Blinking away her tears, she gazed around the quiet cemetery grounds, taking in the lush grass and the tall trees with their branches shading the graves below. "I miss you terribly, Marshal. So does Father. Nothing is the same anymore. He keeps pushing me to find a husband, but all I want is to look after him." Breathing in deeply the fresh, clean breeze with the hint of cooler air to follow autumn waiting in the wings, Amalia nodded her respect to the dead. "I will visit more often. I promise." Turning away from her brother's grave, she lifted her skirts to pick her way carefully along the path toward her waiting carriage. The footman who attended her stood back to offer her some semblance of privacy, then fell in behind her after she passed him. Approaching the small coach, Amalia observed a man dismounting a stocky horse with a coat the color of flame, and immediately her sorrow lifted. "Reggie!" she exclaimed, hurrying forward. "I had no idea you came to visit Marshal. Or I would have waited for you." Reggie, his raven black hair tumbling in a rakish fall over his brow, grinned, his even white teeth gleaming. "I have a confession, Amalia. I did not come to visit your brother, though I know I need to pay my respects. I saw your carriage from the road." He bent to kiss her cheek. His startling blue eyes that contrasted sharply with his pale complexion warm as he gazed down at her. "I have not seen you lately. All you had to do was knock on the door," Amalia answered, her tone prim as she responded to his affectionate grin. "As Marshal's best friend, you are always welcome." "What if I wanted to knock on the door to visit you?" Amalia laughed. "Of course, you can. You are my friend as well, are you not? Forever and always." "How is your father?" Her smile fading, she shook her head. "He is not well, or he would have come with me today." "What is wrong?" "His Grace is not young, nor is he old yet. His physician is stumped Reggie. I always fear that he will go the same way as Marshal." Reggie's expression tightened. "Never think that. He will be fine, this is only a passing issue." His words brought another smile to her face. "You know just what to say to bring me comfort. Would you like to come back with me? Say hello to Father?" "I was planning to inquire if I might escort you home," Reggie replied, his grin returning. "Am I invited to supper?" Amalia pursed her lips, eyeing him up and down in a mock examination. Well, you appear presentable, my dear Marquess of Lyonhall. I suppose an invitation will be extended. And you, my dear Lady Gallagher, are as beautiful as ever." "You flatterer. Come along, tell me what you have been up to lately. Have you been to your estates in the north?" Ambling sedately beside him toward her carriage, Amalia reflected briefly on her long friendship with Reggie that began when they were children. She, her brother Marshal, Reggie, and her cousin Patrick grew up quite close and had been an inseparable foursome. When Marshal died, they had become a threesome. "Yes, I only just gotten back," Reggie replied, bringing her back to the present. "Now that I have returned to London, perhaps I might escort you to the ball at Dame Garson's in 3 days?" Accepting his assistance into her carriage, Amalia smiled sadly down at him. "I'm sorry, Reggie, you know I do not like going to parties anymore." "I do know," he replied, his devilishly handsome face slipping into a smile with that quirk she was so fond of. "I had hoped that you were starting to come out of that shell you placed around yourself." "I am afraid not, it is still there and as hard as ever." "I will crack it soon enough." Mounting his horse, he grinned through the window. "Do not think I will not stop trying." "You do that?" Amalia challenged, signaling her driver that she was ready to go. "Besides, you know the ton despises me now. Since when do you care what society thinks?" He reined his horse in as close as he could to make conversation easier. "I do not," she replied with a sniff. "It is just easier on everyone if I remain at home and care for father." "That is not a good way to find a husband, Amalia." She waved her hand in a dismissive gesture. "Do not start on me, Reggie," she replied, glancing out at the coach and wagon traffic on the wide avenue. "Father has been nagging me for months to get married. I have no desire to do so, however." "Why ever not?" Reggie asked, his brow furrowed. "With Marshall gone, you are his sole heir. His dukedom must pass to someone." Amalia sucked in a slow deep breath and blew out her cheeks. She looked at him. "I know," she replied, her voice soft. "But how can I be certain it is me my future husband wants, and not the wealth and titles and estates?" Something odd flashed across Reggie's expression, and his face closed as he glanced away. Confused, Amalia watched him gaze straight ahead through his horse's ears before he finally turned back to her. "Then I suppose you should choose wisely then." Chapter 2. Reggie helped Amalia down from the carriage onto the wide circular drive at the immense London mansion belonging to the Duke of Thornhill. He tried to ignore the sharp ache in his chest that happened whenever he was near her. A sickness of his heart that only Amalia's love could cure. She did not regard him as a potential husband, she did not return his passionate feelings, and most likely never would. His hand still in hers, he gazed down into her golden brown eyes. Wishing, yet feeling hopeless, that one day he would see the love and not simple friendship within them. "Will His Grace be able to join us for supper?" he asked, making useless conversation as a means to allay that unceasing pain. "I hope so," Amalia replied, striding up the steps to the front doors. A pair of bowing footmen swung them wide, and Reggie accompanied her across the wide echoing foyer. His father and hers had been friends as well as business associates. So Reggie spent a great deal of time in this house as a child, then as a young man. His own townhouse lay in the same neighborhood not far away. And many members of London's high society owned stately homes along the quiet, tree-lined road. The butler, who had been employed by the former Duke of Thornhill, bowed as Reggie and Amalia strolled across the grand entryway. "Hello, Perkins," Amalia said. "Do you happen to know where my father is?" "Yes, my lady, he is having a drink in the library." As far as Reggie knew, the aging butler had never been addressed as anything except Perkins. If he had a first name, he never knew what it was, and it was impolite to ask. As he and Amalia climbed the stairs toward the second floor, he bent to her ear. "You realize he was old when we were quite young? He does not seem to age at all." Amalia giggled. "I know. But he is getting old, Reggie. He does not look it, but he is having difficulty with his joints these days. He will never admit it, of course, and would be scandalized if father offered to limit his duties for the sake of his health. He is one of those who will serve until the day he dies, I expect." "I know, and it breaks my heart." Reggie eyed her sidelong. "How so?" "He is a member of the family, Reggie," she said with a hint of impatience. "The thought of losing Perkins is akin to losing my father. I have always loved that about you, Amalia," Reggie commented, his grin returning. "How much you care for your servants." "Yes. Well, I know you do, too. I do not understand how so many people of our station do not regard them as people, but only tools. I never liked that." At her knock on the library door, a gruff voice invited them to enter. Reggie opened it for her, and they strolled into the vast, book-lined room. His Grace, Noah Gallagher, the Duke of Thornhill, glanced up from the book he was perusing and smiled broadly at the sight of him. "Reginald," he exclaimed, rising as Reggie bowed. "What a most welcome surprise. Come in, have a drink." "Brandy?" "Yes, Your Grace, thank you." Amalia curtsied before planting a kiss on her father's cheek. "You look better, father," she said as the Duke gestured for a footman to serve Reggie with brandy and Amalia with wine. "I am so pleased to see it. I invited Reggie to supper. I hope you do not mind." "No, of course not, Amalia. It has been too long since Reginald came to visit. How are you, boy?" "Quite well," Reggie answered, sitting down after the Duke did. "Amalia tells me you have been ill." "Yes, but I will be fine in a day or two. Tell me what has been happening around the realm." Keeping his eyes from Amalia with a concentrated effort, Reggie spoke of his estates in Northumberland and his thriving horse and cattle business. She listened to their conversation and sipped her wine. She, no doubt, was unaware of how her stunning eyes on him merely forced his heart into a renewed ache. "How can I talk of business when I want to ask her to marry me? I have been in love with her since I was 12 years old." "You have your father's gift for horses," the Duke commented, his eyes, so much like Amalia's, glinting. as well as his business sense. You'll do well, Reginald. Why have you never called him Reggie like everyone else? Amalia complained. The Duke snorted. He is always Reginald to me, daughter. Did I tell you Patrick arrived while you were out? Amalia brightened. No, you did not. Why is he not here with you? I believe he mentioned the desire to write a few letters before supper. He will join us then. Feeling a small stab of jealousy at the knowledge that Amalia's cousin was in the house, Reggie tried to squash it. The Duke's younger sister's second child, Patrick Miller, had grown up as close to the Gallagher siblings as he himself had. His status as a second son prevented him from ever courting Amalia. Yet Reggie could never seem to be able to drop his possessiveness of her whenever Patrick was near. What is he doing these days? Reggie took a mouthful of his brandy in an effort to swallow the pang. He is currently working as the export manager for the Earl of Bainbridge. The Duke replied. I am considering offering him better wages if he consents to work for me instead. Reggie inwardly winced. That would mean he would be around Amalia that much more. Splendid idea, Your Grace. He must be performing excellently for his lordship. Amalia clapped her hands. Keep everything in the family. The Duke nodded. Yes, I have been hearing great things about my nephew in the city. Very smart young man. He will go far, you know. I prefer him to be in Scotland. Not even the Orkneys are far enough away for my comfort. Then, he will be a wonderful asset. Of course, he will. Amalia replied, her smile full and happy. His jealousy merging into dull anger, Reggie understood his own reaction to Patrick. While they were all close as youngsters. And once Reggie realized there could be no wife for him save Amalia. Anyone else Amalia loved became a target for his enmity. Even if a blood cousin who had no claim on her hand in marriage. All that mattered was that Amelia loved him. She loves you, too. You remember. Except I want. No, I need. Her to see me as a potential husband and life partner. Hiding his emotions behind a pleasant facade. Reggie absently wondered what her reaction might be. If he, at last, confessed his feelings for her. She is too well bred to laugh in my face. But I could not stand it if she looked at me with pity and said she could never feel the same. Thus, Reggie kept his love for Amelia closed inside him. A burning ache that might never find a cure. Chapter 3. Patrick Miller knew his uncle Noah, the Duke of Thornhill, was a stickler for propriety and punctuality at mealtimes. Although a genial, even-tempered man, the Duke politely but firmly demanded family and guests dress properly and arrive at the dining room promptly. As a young prankster, Patrick would enter the dining room 1 minute late and still garbed in his less formal clothes. He tried that only once. Grinning at his reflection in the looking-glass as he brushed his hair, he recalled the incident with humor. I certainly learned my lesson that day, Uncle, he muttered. He now planned ahead what he would wear and how long it would take him to get ready for supper. His happy mood faded upon reaching the dining room exactly on time and discovering the presence of Reginald Davidson, the Marquess of Lyonhall, escorting Amalia. Covering his burst of annoyance, he bowed low. My lord. Amalia. Even as Amalia greeted him warmly and offered her cheek for his kiss, he saw Reggie's eyes shudder. Lord Lyonhall was even less happy to see Patrick than Patrick was to see Lord Lyonhall. Mr. Miller. Reggie intoned coldly. Amalia gazed between the two of them, a small frown on her beautiful face. What is wrong? Why are you both so formal with each other? I suppose it has been too long since we have seen one another, Patrick suggested. He held out his hand. Reggie. With a tight smile, Reggie accepted it. Patrick. I have heard good things about you. Really? I am certain they are not true. Patrick grinned. The footman swung open the doors to the dining room, and Patrick yielded entrance to Reggie due to his superior rank. His Grace stood just inside, speaking with the old butler, and glanced up as the three of them offered their respects. "I was beginning to think you were late," he commented as Perkins bowed and retreated. "Come in, sit." As the lowest-ranking person at the table, Patrick was seated furthest from the Duke while Reggie sat at his right hand. His annoyance grew as his Grace ignored his nephew for a time and spoke to Reggie about horses, a topic that he felt he knew more about than the upstart Marquis. "I should have been born first." His resentment at being the second son of the Viscount of Martindale had burned within him since the day he understood what that meant. His older brother, the current Viscount, had married a wealthy heiress and already had an heir and a spare, which meant Patrick had little chance of ever inheriting anything. It is not fair that the eldest gets everything. It never has been. The Duke's voice broke into his thoughts. "How are you doing under Lord Bainbridge, nephew?" "Very well, uncle," Patrick replied, covering his laps easily. "Though he has not followed up with his promise of a higher salary." "Indeed?" The Duke frowned slightly. "That is hardly good business. After supper, we will go into the drawing room and talk. You know I refuse to talk business at the table." "Of course, uncle." Patrick observed Reggie studiously not looking at him, and inwardly chuckled. He knew the man was desperately in love with Amalia, and that his cousin merely considered Reggie a friend. He also realized that was the source of Reggie's cold enmity toward him. Even though Patrick could never aspire to marry her, the blood relationship might not hinder a courtship. However, the Duke would never consider it, even if Amalia loved him that way. She did not. From the corner of his eye, he noticed Amalia glancing between them, her brow puckered in confusion. No doubt his cousin, sensitive to nuances and emotions, suspected the undercurrents of anger and resentment beneath the pleasant dinner table facades. "I have a friend arriving in London soon," Patrick said, carefully watching Reggie's reaction without seeming to. "The Earl of East Cairn." "Is his family name Watson?" the Duke asked, frowning slightly. "I believe I knew his father." "Yes, uncle. Frederick Watson. I will introduce you to him, Amalia. You will like him." Patrick almost chuckled aloud at the flicker of anger in Reggie's piercing blue eyes. "Was he not a school friend, Patrick?" Reggie asked, his voice cheerful. "Yes. We met at Oxford, and became friends even though he is older than I." "I should like to meet him as well," the Duke said, cutting into his roast lamb. "Perhaps you will arrange an introduction, nephew." "Gladly, uncle. He has estates in Scotland as well as England," his uncle went on thoughtfully. "His father left him quite well off." "He would make an excellent match, Amalia," Patrick commented, slyly watching Reggie from the corner of his eye. What he saw did not disappoint him. Amalia shook her head, her ringlets of her vibrant dark brown hair bouncing at her slender neck. "I am not interested in being matched, Patrick." The Duke frowned at her. "You must start considering a husband, daughter. You cannot remain a spinster all your life." "I certainly can," she replied, her tone tart. "With Marshall gone, I want to stay in this house and look after you." "You are a stubborn child. You certainly did not get that trait from me." Amalia's grin blossomed, and she lifted a glass of wine. "You know I did, father. Along with your eyes." At last, the Duke smiled fondly at her. "So, you did at that. But I refuse to cease nagging you about a husband. I must see you are provided for before I pass on." "That will not be for years, so you can cease and desist with the nagging." The Duke eyed her sharply. "And your brother was taken from us when he was 25 years old. You of all people should understand that nothing in life is certain." Amalia flushed to her hairline and studied the plate in front of her. "I do understand that, father," she said, her voice hard. "Just as I am terrified of losing you." Embarrassed by the sharp voices at the table, Patrick continued to eat his lamb, yet flicked his eyes around to gauge reactions. Reggie appeared mortified, his brow furrowed, and his lips thinned slightly, while his uncle's expression had softened as he gazed at Amalia. "This has been hard on us both, daughter," he said quietly. "I want you to be happy as well as provided for. I cannot see your happiness in watching me into my dotage. And I will be happy with a husband who married me because of what I am and not who I am?" she asked, lifting her eyes. "He marries the heiress, and does not care about the woman? That is not for me, father." "We will talk about this later, Amalia," His Grace said firmly. "Let us not quarrel in front of our guests." Amalia nodded and kept her eyes down for the rest of the meal and did not speak again. Patrick, for his part, felt no little satisfaction in watching Reggie force himself not to blurt out his love for her, and ask for her hand right then and there. He also acknowledged to himself that the match was ideal. Reggie's lineage was high enough for her, and his own wealth and titles made him the most suitable candidate to become the next Duke of Thornhill. After supper, Amalia curtsied to her father. "Excuse me, please. I wish to return to my chambers." "Reggie, Patrick, it was a pleasure having you here. Good night." Patrick observed Reggie watching her depart and climbed the stairs, his heart in his eyes. Then he caught Patrick watching him, and his jaw tensed. The Duke appeared not to have noticed anything amiss and invited both men to the drawing room for port. "She is a proper daughter in all things save this," he slowly said as he gestured for the men to sit. "I fear she may be a bit headstrong." "Then the man she marries will have a wonderful, beautiful wife, uncle," Patrick replied, accepting a glass of port from the footman. "I would like you to speak with her, nephew," the Duke informed him, relaxing on a plush leather sofa. "She may listen to you." For a moment, Patrick gaped, and he dared not glance toward Reggie. "Why, whatever I can do to help, uncle, I will do it." "I knew you would. You are a good boy, nephew, and a credit to this family. Now, how would you like to come work for me?" Chapter 4. Her chest tight with unshed tears, Amalia retreated to her private chambers, her sanctuary. Edwina, her personal maid since she was 7 years old, curtsied as she entered, a woman only 3 years older than she. "My lady?" she asked, her expression concerned. "What is wrong?" Fighting to keep her emotions under control, Amalia smiled tightly. "Father." "What else could be wrong?" "Oh, dear." Edwina put her hands on her hips. "Did you quarrel again?" "Worse." Amalia strode across the room and began to unpin her hair. "We quarreled in front of Patrick and Reggie." "Let me do that," Edwina stated firmly. "You will rip your hair out. Your fingers are too tense. Sit." Amalia sat dutifully at the dressing table and stared at her reflection before shoving the looking-glass away as Edwina more gently pulled the pins from her hair. "Ed, he keeps insisting I marry. That is the last thing I want." "I know. Have I not suggested you look at it from his perspective? You are his only surviving child, and he worries about your future." "If I am not worried about my future, why should he?" When Edwina stopped her work, Amalia cringed. "I am sorry for snapping. I should not take my frustrations out on you." "That is what I am here for," Edwina replied cheerfully. "Vent on me, so you do not enrage your father." "But that is not fair to you." "I can handle it, fear not. I know how badly you need someone to talk to." Edwina picked up the brush and stroked it through her long brown locks. "So, continue on. I am all ears." He said I should understand that nothing in life is certain. That is also true. Amalia sighed in exasperation. Ed, stop agreeing with him. You are supposed to be on my side. Oh, I am, my lady. When you stop feeling sorry for yourself, you will also see that as well as your father's point. Bursting into shocked laughter, Amalia felt the tightness loosen, and some of her anger and humiliation drain away. Is that what I am doing? To a degree. I see your point, while I also see his grace's. You both want the same things. But you are also demanding he understand you while refusing to see his point. Amalia nodded slowly. Perhaps you are right, Ed. I do want to marry, of course, but I need to attend to father as well. Nor do I want just anyone drooling over the prospect of becoming the next Duke of Thornhill. Edwina laughed. What an image. Then hold your ground, my lady. Wait until the right man presents himself. If he ever does. Amalia complained moodily. What if I cannot tell if he wants me, or for my inheritance? Look for the drool. And the one without it is him. Amalia finished, laughing. Oh, Ed, I am so glad I have you to talk to. You never failed to make me feel better. Perhaps this is a good time to inquire about a raise in salary? Laughing, Amalia stood up and hugged her. I will demand it from father's steward. Now, how about some wine and a game of cards? As the two young women had grown up together, even as mistress and servant, Amalia never ceased to regard Edwina as her best friend. Though she had had a few friends from the social circles, young titled ladies like herself, she felt she could confide in none of them. Edwina was an orphan abandoned on the streets of London and taken in by the Duchess Celeste, Amalia's mother. Once she grew old enough, she became Amalia's personal maid. Have you contemplated marriage, Ed? Amalia asked, shuffling the cards for another game. A time or two. Edwina replied, taking a sip from her wine. But that can wait until after you have found that right man. Have anyone in mind? Amalia asked, her tone sly as she gazed at her friend. Edwina smirked. Perhaps. Dropping the cards on the table, Amalia leaned forward. Who? Tell me, I must know. Only because you have plied me with too much drink. And it will be your fault if your hair is a mess in the morning. Amalia groaned, sinking back against her chair. Ed. Oh, all right. Mr. Bannock's son. Her mouth opened in a round O of surprise. Amalia stared. He is the handsomest devil this side of. Coughing instead of saying the word that came to mind, Amalia spluttered and picked up the cards. You know what I mean. And as the son of father's steward, he has a brilliant future ahead of him. I would take him if he were a cotter's son. Laughing, Amalia said. You love him. He returns your feelings, I trust? Blushing to the roots of her blonde hair, Edwina glanced aside. Yes. He does. He has already asked me to marry him. Twice. You will make such a wonderful couple, Ed. Amalia sighed dramatically. There is no need to wait until I marry. Accept his proposal, and then I can start making wedding plans. Edwina shook her head firmly. I told him not until you have married, my lady. He has agreed to wait until then. Amalia folded her arms under her bosom. Thank you for adding the pressure on me, Ed. You have no future until I have one. What if I do not get married, Ed? What then? You follow me into spinsterhood? Edwina set her jaw, and Amalia recognized the expression on her face. An angry and recalcitrant mule might have appeared less stubborn. Maybe. If I must. Narrowing her eyes, Amalia asked. What if I order you to get married? You will not. Perhaps, I will. Edwina grinned and twirled the stem of her wineglass in her fingers. You will not, because that would go against your personal code of conduct. Snatching up her own glass, Amalia glared at her. This is why ladies of society do not become social with their servants. They know too much. She took a long gulp and emptied her glass. So, dismiss me. I hate you. I know. More wine, my lady? Blinded by a headache in the bright sunlight, Amalia squinted up as Edwina opened her bed curtains the following morning. Please close them, she whispered. I do apologize, my lady, Edwina replied easily. But I must not. Breakfast is in less than an hour, and I know you would not wish to annoy His Grace further. Trying to rise, she stared blearily at Edwina. You got me drunk last night. No, I must correct you, my lady. You got yourself drunk last night. You attempted to draw me into your behavior. But I declined most graciously. I still hate you. If it will make you feel better, please indulge in your fancy. Meanwhile, I stand ready to assist you in washing, dressing, and I have the perfect coif in mind for your hair. Dragging herself from the huge bed with her head pounding, Amalia staggered to the basin and splashed cold water on her face. At least my scandalous behavior was private, she muttered. Why is it men can get drunk publicly, and no one talks about it? But if I were to do it, the scandal sheets would burn. Women are supposed to be silent in church, bear children, and behave as though the world were watching. Feeling sick to her stomach, Amalia wondered if that might excuse her from breakfast. But then, that would lead to many questions from her father as to her health. And he might even insist his physician take a look at her. Amalia decided she would rather face breakfast than that. If women ruled instead of men. That is blue-stocking talk, my lady. I can see the scandal sheets now. Never mind. I do not suppose there is any wine left? Less than an hour later, Amalia strode sedately down the stairs. Freshly washed, clad in an attractive gown of red gold trimmed in brown. Her hair pinned atop her head and her legs steady. If her head still ached and her stomach churned, her discomforts did not show on her face. She smiled demurely at Patrick, awaiting her outside the dining room. Bowing, he kissed her hand, smiling into her face. You look lovely this morning, cousin, he said. Thank you, she replied, offering him a warm expression she did not truly feel inside. Has father arrived? No, actually he has not. Feeling a stab of concern, Amalia glanced toward the stairs, expecting to see her father descending them, breaking his own rule on tardiness. He had never once, that she knew of, ever been late for a meal. Frowning with her lips pursed, she opened the dining room door and discovered that the Duke was not inside waiting for them. Perkins and the footman stood ready to begin serving. And Perkins bowed at the sight of her. Something is wrong, she said, her worry growing, turning back. Even when he felt ill the other day, he came down for meals. Shall I go check on him? Patrick's brow had furrowed, his own apprehension clear. I will go to his rooms and see. I presume Reggie went home last night? He did. I will return shortly. Spinning on her heel, Amalia strode rapidly across the wide entryway and climbed the steps. Her father's vast array of rooms took up almost half of the third floor. Marshall's former apartments spread out over a portion of the other half while her own filled the rest. Knocking on her father's door, she waited with nervous impatience, chewing on her lower lip. The door opened, and Charles Finlay, the Duke's valet, bowed to her. I was going to send for you, my lady, he said. I fear His Grace has taken ill. Real fear jolted her, and she recalled the terrible illness that had taken her brother's life. She pushed through the open doorway and strode to the Duke's bedchamber. No, no, it cannot be happening again. Have you sent for his physician? she called over her shoulder. "I have, my lady." Her father was awake and beckoned to her as she hesitated at the entrance to his most private room. "Amalia," he said, his voice strong despite the paleness of his flesh. "Come in. I had just asked Charles to ask you to come." Pulling a chair nearer to the bed, Amalia sat, gazing into his waxy face and dull eyes. "What is wrong?" He waved his hand. "The same as before, only more pronounced, I fear. I am not understanding this. I was fine yesterday." "Your symptoms are not the same as Marshall's were?" Amalia asked slowly, panic choking her throat. "Are they?" "No, please do not fret, daughter. This will pass shortly. I merely wish to reassure you and ask that you become hostess for our guests." Amalia's gaze sharpened on his face. "Patrick? Your cousin as well as his friend, the Earl of Eastcairn." The Duke closed his eyes and winced, as though enduring a spasm of pain. "I agreed to permit Patrick to invite him here for a visit. Yet now I fear I will be unable to perform my duties as host." "You must get well, father. I am sure the Earl will understand. If he is a true gentleman, he will. Now go on back downstairs and prepare the household for his visit in my stead. I will come back later to see you, father." The Duke smiled. "I will enjoy that. Now please go. The physician is here, and I do not need you to see him cut open a vein and bleed me." Rising, Amalia bent and kissed his brow. "I will see you shortly." Leaving the room, Amalia passed the bowing doctor with his leather satchel slung over his shoulder. With a quick glance back, seeing him vanish into the depths of her father's room, she retreated from his apartments and back into the hallway. Patrick hovered nearby, his head lowered as he paced back and forth. He glanced up, his dark brown eyes anxious, as she closed the door quietly behind her. "How is he?" he asked, falling into step as she traversed the corridor toward the stairs. "He believes he will be up soon," she replied, "but asked me to play hostess when your friend arrives. He is in London now, and should be arriving in a few hours. I will send for Reggie." Amalia went on, thinking. "He is close enough to the family, and his rank will enable him to take my father's place as host." Chapter 5. Reggie's butler brought him the missive on a silver tray. He had finished his meal and was planning to spend an hour or so with his steward when he read Amalia's note. "My dear Reggie, my father is ill again, and the Earl of Eastcairn will be arriving soon. Might I call upon your friendship and closeness to the family to come and act as host? In addition, I feel the need to have you near me, for you never failed to bring me comfort. Yours, Lady Amalia Gallagher." Reversing direction, Reggie retraced his steps toward the dining room and found the butler, James Grogan, supervising the footman cleaning up and laying a fresh table. "Have my horse saddled, Grogan," he said. "I will be away for a few days." Grogan bowed. "Very good, my lord." He then sent a footman to have his valet pack some clothes and necessaries, then went to have a word with his steward. Troubled by the news that the Duke was ill again, he feared Amalia may have been correct in her concerns that he may die. "You better not die, you old rogue," he muttered. "Your daughter needs you. We all do." His steward, Hap Boyle, rose from his desk to bow as Reggie knocked, then walked into his office. "My lord, I have been expecting you. I have here." "I am afraid it will have to wait, Hap," Reggie interrupted, his worry making him uncharacteristically rude. "Forgive me, but I must spend a few days at the Thornhill residence." "Is everything all right?" "Amalia sent word that her father is ill." Reggie paced the small room lined with shelves of books and ledgers, the desk scattered with reports. Given what happened to Marshall, she, naturally, is a bit on edge. "Quite understandable." I will carry on as usual and will send a message if there is anything dear you must know about. Reggie nodded, relieved. You are the best, Pap. Thank you. No trouble at all. I know how fond you are of the family. Fond is not exactly the right word. Love is more appropriate. Leaving Hap's office, he waited with growing impatience for his valise and his horse. Fortunately, the Duke's mansion was less than a mile away, and at a fast clip would not take him long to get there. That Amalia had reached out and asked him to come told him more than anything how frightened she truly was. The butler, Perkins, answered the door and bowed, then showed him into the drawing room where Amalia sat with Patrick. Her maid was there as a chaperone, standing behind her mistress like a soldier at attention. Amalia stood and rushed toward him. Reggie, thank you for coming so quickly. How is he? Reggie asked, acknowledging Patrick's bow with a nod. He says he is feeling better after the physician bled him. Amalia replied, gesturing toward an armchair and an invitation for him to sit. He believes he will be able to come down for supper, even though I told him to rest. Reggie sat when Amalia did and accepted a glass of wine from a footman. I would quite like to remain, even if I am no longer needed. Amalia laughed. Of course, you are needed, Reggie. Yes, please stay. Father and I enjoy your company, so you may remain as long as you like. Oddly, Patrick's face tightened for a moment at her words. And Reggie knew he was not meant to have seen it. Perhaps he is hoping the old man will permit him to court her after all. Reggie grinned inwardly, understanding that he had somehow turned the tables on his old friend. Last night, Patrick managed to get under his skin, now he was under Patrick's. I would suggest you go pay Father a visit. Amalia went on, obviously noticing nothing, and drank her wine. But Patrick's friend will be arriving at any moment. And I would like you to be here to greet him. Of course. Without seeming to, Reggie eyed Patrick and observed him staring at the door as if eagerly anticipating the Earl's arrival. I say, Patrick. Reggie said. When will you start working for His Grace? Patrick grinned. Soon. I must give my notice to Lord Bainbridge, of course. Then I will set up my new office near Mr. Bannock's. Father wants him to stay here in the house. Amalia went on. And Patrick will be given free rein on importing wines and champagnes from France. Father knows the war over there will end soon. And he wants to be ready to sell their wines here at a considerable profit. His Grace has a great deal of foresight. Patrick added. If his plan works, and I know it will, he will become the primary importer of these wines. As I recall, you speak French fluently. Reggie commented with a smile. That is certainly an advantage. Patrick bowed his head modestly. I knew studying the language would come in handy one day. The war interfered with my going over there to increase my knowledge of it. The door at the far end of the drawing room opened, and Perkins bowed. His lordship, the Earl of East Cairn, my lady. He stood aside as a man in his late 20s entered. He was tall with a stocky build and close-cropped blonde hair with blue eyes. As he was an earl and Reggie a marquis, he was forced by protocol to bow even as Patrick did the same. And Amalia curtsied. He wore a friendly open expression, and Reggie thought his tall, stocky build, close-cropped blonde hair and blue eyes to be the sort that attracted ladies by the score. That in itself made him dislike the man on sight. For he feared he may also draw Amalia's attention. Freddie! Patrick exclaimed, striding forward to shake his hand and make introductions. Please meet my cousin, Lady Amalia Gallagher. And this is my old friend from childhood, Lord Reginald Davidson, Marquess of Lyonhall. Reggie shook the Earl's hand. I am Reggie, he said easily, smiling. Reginald is so formal. The Earl grinned. I am Freddie under this roof. And may I pay you a compliment, Lady Gallagher? You are far more beautiful than Patrick described you. Thank you, my lord. Amalia replied, blushing a faint pink. Please, will you address me as Freddie? I feel as though I have known you for years. Amalia hesitated, then said. In private perhaps. But not in front of my father. He would not approve. Freddie glanced around, as though expecting the Duke to be hiding somewhere. May I inquire where his grace is? I am most eager to meet him. He will greet you at supper. Freddie. Please, may we sit down? Freddie asked, smiling all around. I would like to learn more about my friend's friends. And his very attractive cousin. Reggie bristled yet maintained the mask of a socially polite facade while inwardly he seethed. The good-looking Earl was no doubt drawn to Amalia as most men were. Spending more time talking to her than he did either Patrick or himself. And he suspected the man was setting himself up to court her. His jealousy rose to the surface in a wave. And then he forced it back down upon observing Amalia's expression and mannerisms. Used to being the object of men's attentions, until she secluded herself from society, Amalia would respond with genuine smiles and laughter if she liked the man. However, if she did not enjoy the gentleman's company, she tended to speak without truly answering his question and keep her face half turned from him. Precisely as she did now. Reggie relaxed, understanding that Amalia was not interested in returning the Earl's regard, and would most likely reject his offer of courtship. That did not make him feel much better, however, since her father was pressuring her to find a husband. And as Patrick had commented, the Earl was a near-perfect match. And so am I. So, Patrick, Freddie said easily. You are working for the Earl of Bainbridge still? He is a good man. Not for much longer. Patrick replied with a grin. His Grace offered me a nice salary as well as room and board if I work for him. So, I will begin importing select French wines on his behalf from the very best wineries. You were always ahead of me in our business studies. Freddie responded with a laugh. I should have stolen you from Bainbridge before his Grace did. You might have. Save I have no desire to live in Sussex, old friend. London is where I want to be. A wise decision. Freddie eyed Reggie. Your reputation as one of the finest horse breeders in the kingdom precedes you, Reggie. I am looking forward to perhaps conversations in that regard. I would like very much to discuss buying some of your breeding studs. Reggie smiled and sipped his wine. I fear that is not possible, Freddie. He replied. I have a policy of selling only geldings, primarily to the Royal Army. I do not want competition setting up with my own stock. Freddie laughed. Touché. I suppose I understand, however, I am disappointed. I did not intend to set up in competition with you. Only to breed horses for my own use on my estates. Even the Prince Regent himself rides one of your stallions. How can one refuse the Prince Regent? I heard that your horses continually win at Newmarket as well and have taken the wagering business by storm. One does one's best. Seemingly perplexed by Reggie's non-answers, Freddie eyed him sourly. Then returned his attentions to Amalia. Might I have the honor of your company at a ball in a few days, Amalia? Obviously uncomfortable by his use of her first name. Amalia slowly shook her head, her expression slightly stricken. I fear I do not attend balls these days, my Freddie. Thank you for the invitation. He feigned shock. How can such a lovely lady as yourself not wish to be seen by society? I know I would be the envy of everyone present. I am quite certain you will find another companion. She replied. One more attractive than I. There are no such creatures that exist. Freddie said, his blue eyes admiring as he gazed at her. For you outshine them all. Amalia half smiled and gazed down at her lap, flushing pink. Reggie happened to glance at Edwina, her maid. who gazed straight forward with her lips pressed tightly together. He is embarrassing Amalia, and her maid does not like him at all. Interesting. You flatter me unnecessarily, my lord. Amalia said without looking up. I never flatter without necessity. Amalia smiled without humor. Gentlemen, it is time to change for supper. I will see you all soon. Standing, Reggie watched as she curtsied to Freddie, then said, May I escort you into supper, Amalia? For the first time since Freddie's arrival, Amalia's upwardly curving lips appeared genuine. You may, my Lord Lyonhall. In a gesture she seldom offered, she bent a knee to him as well, then, with Edwina in tow, left the drawing room. Chapter 6. I do not like him, Edwina stated firmly. He is as slippery as an eel. Watch yourself, my lady. Amalia half shrugged as she unbuttoned her bodice. He clearly wants to court me, so naturally he will have an ulterior motive and will appear heinous to you. Heinous is as heinous does, Edwina replied, her tone dark. Please take care while you are around him. I do not like the way he looks at you. Amalia lifted her face. How does he look at me? As a pirate might gaze at a chest of gold. The way Lord Lyonhall looks at you, well, that I can approve of. And how does he look at me? Oh, Oracle of London. Edwina grinned. The way you should be stared at. Now, how about the red gown? No. Far too racy and might give the wrong impression. Not white either. How about brown? Far too drab and makes you appear pale, like a phantom. How about this pale yellow dress? It will make your hair stand out, and your eyes pop. Amalia tilted her head, considering. Yes. It sends the proper message, as well. What message is that? Leave me alone. It will accent both your hair and your skin, and no man will leave you alone upon seeing you in it. They have no choice. I want to be left alone to care for father. East can best get used to the idea quickly. Edwina helped her out of her gown. You think he wishes to court you? I am getting that impression, yes. I also have a feeling the word no is not in his vocabulary. I hope His Grace receives the same bad sensations from him that I am and sends him packing. Have you ever considered that you might be slightly overprotective of me? Edwina paused and pondered for a moment. No. I am not overprotective, because you are far too careless in your judgment of people. You think good of everyone. Amalia stared at her reflection in the looking glass. I want to believe that people are inherently good, Ed. I want that very much. I do hope and pray you find that to be true. Her father, the Duke, greeted Freddie warmly in the dining room, shook his hand, and gestured for him to sit at his right at the table. Reggie took the seat next to him, then Amalia across and Patrick next to her. With Edwina's warnings echoing in her head, Amalia tried watching Freddie with the same cynicism her maid had, yet found nothing at all wrong in Freddie's demeanor. He was friendly, outgoing, quite handsome, charming, and reputed to be quite wealthy. She had also heard very few women refused his invitations to parties and balls, and no scandal had touched his name. I met your father once, Lord Eastcairn, the Duke said, picking up his wineglass. We did not exactly share the same opinions in Parliament, but he was not a lesser man for it. Only the slight tremor in his hand indicated he was not fully well. But his voice was hearty and his flesh a healthy hue. Still, Amalia exchanged a concerned glance with Reggie, who shook his head slightly upon meeting her gaze. Try not to worry, his eyes said. Freddie nodded, smiling. He was a good man indeed, Your Grace. And I wish to extend my condolences on the loss of your son. Thank you. The Duke bowed his head for a moment. His loss has been difficult. I can certainly understand that. Had I a son and I lost him, well, I suppose I would be beside myself. Amalia felt the Earl's gaze on her as he spoke and instantly recognized the intent behind them. He fully intended to court her. Perhaps even persuade her father to let them marry. Before Marshall's death, she might once have welcomed his advances and encouraged them. Now, Ed's words returned to her, and her chin lifted stubbornly. Think of me as a chest of gold, will you? You better get used to the idea that I am not a prize to be won. I have been seeking a suitable bride. East Cairn went on, returning his attention to the Duke. Part of the reason I came to London. I cannot see myself marrying a Scottish heiress. While I do like the Scots, I could not bear having that brogue speaking to me in my own home. He grinned, chuckling. An awkward silence fell on the Earl's attempt at humour, and Amalia's irritation rose. I happen to think the Scottish people have a delightful accent, she said tartly. I could listen to it for hours on end. Then once you marry me, East Cairn replied easily, you will hear it daily, Lady Gallagher. Holding back her gasp of shock at his forwardness, Amalia took a sip of her wine, then set her glass carefully down. I do not recall agreeing to any proposal of marriage, my lord, nor has my father. Amalia shot a quick glance at the Duke and found he merely watched her with a lifted brow. Yet no other expression lined his face. Patrick laughed lightly. I happen to think you would make a lovely couple, he said. Do you not agree, Reggie? What I think is that his lordship is presumptuous to the extreme. Reggie answered without heat. And that he should apologize to Lady Gallagher. Amalia observed East Cairn's tightened mouth and the lines of annoyance around it before he smoothed his expression and bowed his head. I do apologize, Lady Gallagher. But my excuse is that your stunning beauty has indeed bewitched me. And I lost my head for a moment. Your apology is accepted, my lord. Finding it odd that her father said nothing through this exchange, Amalia shot him another glance and found him smiling slightly, as though he found the entire conversation amusing rather than shocking. I do wish for Lady Gallagher to marry East Cairn, he said quietly. I also wish for her happiness in the man she so chooses to wed. She has asked that I not pressure her at this time, and I will respect her wishes. Then the Duke's eyes rested upon her. For the time being. Feeling the relief and a flood of love for him course through her, Amalia smiled at him. Thank you, father. Then I shall endeavour to make myself the most suitable candidate for your hand, Lady Gallagher. East Cairn announced, his voice slightly louder than necessary. Do I have your permission to court you? She met his blue eyes squarely. My father's recent spells of illnesses require all of my attentions, my lord. It would be unseemly and uncouth to allow myself such a luxury at this time. Oddly, Amalia caught Reggie's smothered grin and wondered why her words would generate such a response. It is not as if Reggie wants to marry me. I am just a friend to him, Marshall's younger sister. Patrick's expression appeared mortified as though she had said something terrible while East Cairn himself eyed her with determination. Then once his grace has recovered his health, he said swiftly, then I fully expect to court you, Lady Amalia. By then, I will have engineered another excuse. She smiled sweetly and did not reply otherwise. Chapter 7. Striding from his suite of rooms he had been given, Reggie headed for the stairs to descend them for breakfast. He had no sooner reached them when a soft cry and the sound of something heavy tumbling down the steps came to him. What the? He began. When the sharp cry, "Father!" came from Amalia down below, he charged headlong down the staircase. The Duke lay at the bottom, limp and perhaps unconscious. Amalia knelt beside him even as footmen rushed to his aid. What happened? Reggie demanded, reaching them. I do not know. Amalia cried, her fingers on the Duke's brow. He was coming down the stairs, then collapsed before he got all the way down. Evidently summoned by the commotion, East Cairn and Patrick ran across the foyer toward them. "Is he all right?" East Cairn asked. "Did he fall?" Ignoring the Earl for the moment, Reggie bent over the Duke to determine if the fall had injured him in any way. A bruise grew from his brow, and he was clearly unconscious. Yet none of his bones appeared broken. He glanced at the footman. "Take him up to his rooms," he ordered. "One of you fetch the physician. Carry him gently, as he may have been hurt in his fall." Obeying him, 4 liveried footmen, all similar in appearance under their powdered wigs, stepped forward to carefully pick the Duke up. The staircase was wide enough for them to carry him, 2 to each side, and Reggie, Amalia at his side, followed them up. When they reached the Duke's rooms, His Grace's valet, busy brushing out his master's clothes, hastily went into the bedroom to pull the covers back on the bed. The footmen settled the unconscious Duke onto it, then bowed their way out. Amalia pulled a chair up to sit beside her father and lightly brushed her fingers down his cheek. "What is wrong with him?" she whispered, near tears. Her amber eyes met Reggie's. "Reggie, what if I lose him?" Burning with the need to take her in his arms and hold her close, Reggie never felt more helpless in his life. "You will not," he replied grimly, his fists clenched. "He will be all right." His own grief rose to thicken his throat at the prospect of the Duke dying. For Reggie was fond of him, and regarded Noah Gallagher as a second father. "He will be all right," he repeated, not knowing what else to say. The physician arrived then, sliding the strap of his leather satchel from his shoulder. He bowed to them both, then peeled the Duke's eyelids back to inspect his eyes. "I must insist you leave, my lady," he said. "For the valet and I need to undress him." Nodding, Amalia stood. "May I return shortly?" "I wish to be with him." "Permit me to examine him fully, then you may." Reggie walked out with her as the valet bowed them through the door. Lost for words, Reggie said. "The physician will cure him." "Yes, of course he will," Amalia answered, choking back her tears. Hesitating, Reggie stopped, forcing Amalia to pause with him. "Listen, Amalia," he said, his voice low, his eyes on hers. "No matter what happens, I am here for you." She tried to smile. "I know you are, Reggie," she answered, a gleaming tear slipping down her cheek. "Thank you. I will always protect you and keep you safe. It is what your brother would have wanted." She glanced away from him, and instantly, Reggie knew he had said the wrong thing. While it was certainly true enough that Marshall would want his best friend to watch out for his beloved sister, Reggie realized he had missed an opportunity to let her know how much he loved her. "Yes," she agreed, wiping the wet from her cheek. It is what he wanted. "You are a good friend, Reggie." Despairing, Reggie followed her down the stairs. "It is not just for his sake," he told her, trying to find the words to express his affection without allowing her to reject his suit. "It is for yours also. You know how fond I am of you." "Just as I am equally fond of you," she said with a gracious smile. "Marshall and I are fortunate to have you as our friend." He groaned inwardly. Not once but twice did he indicate to her that he was only a friend to her when he wanted so much more. How can I tell her how I feel when her father is upstairs and possibly dying? If I told her, would it add to her burdens or relieve them? Without an answer to that, he accompanied her into the dining room. East Cairn and Patrick were already inside, waiting for them. Both stood as Reggie and Amalia entered, anxiety clear on their expressions. "How is he?" Patrick blurted, then hastily bowed. Amalia curtsied, then indicated Reggie was to sit at her father's place at the table. Not liking that, as it seemed to him a foreshadowing of the Duke's death, Reggie did so. He is still unconscious, Amalia replied. In his place, Lord Lyonhall will act as host to you, our guests. Something flicked across East Cairn's expression, a swift there-and-gone flash of anger. Then was replaced by a pleasant smile. His Grace will be fine, Lady Gallagher, he announced as though his words would be held as law. Then I will begin to court you, permitting you to see what an excellent husband I will be to you. As the footman poured tea into cups, and Perkins gestured for breakfast to be served, Reggie eyed East Cairn with a friendliness he did not feel. Are you a member of White's? If not, I would enjoy hosting you both at supper some evening. That is very gracious of you, Reggie, East Cairn answered with a wide grin. I am not yet a member, though my father was. As was mine. Reggie went on, watching Amalia begin her meal from the corner of his eye. I enjoy an evening out now and again. The price of the membership is far out of my range and ability, Patrick said with a laugh. I would be honored to go. With the conversation off Amelia and East Cairn's desire to court her, Reggie tried to mentally plan the situation and words he might use to tell her how he felt. The worry that she would remind him that she only felt friendship toward him nagged his gut, and he feared her rejection. She must choose me, she must. For there is no one for me save her. I love her. After breakfast, would you gentlemen like to join me for a little gambling at a gaming establishment? He asked. Patrick shook his head. Thank you, but no, Reggie. I must report to Lord Bainbridge in an hour. Then begin the transition to working from here. Andy, too, thank you Reggie. East Cairn added. But I must pay a call on a business associate of mine while I am here in London. Perhaps another day, then. Relieved that East Cairn would be away from the house and Amalia, Reggie ate his breakfast while making small talk. Amalia said little and did not eat everything on her plate. Once the meal was over, she made her courtesies and left the dining room. Patrick vanished down the hallway and left Reggie to offer East Cairn a faint friendly smile. Surely His Grace will return for supper this evening, he said. Of course, he will, East Cairn replied with an easy grin. Until this evening then. Reggie watched him depart, ordering a footman to have the groom saddle his horse as he went. Suspecting Amalia went upstairs to be with her father, Reggie also climbed the stairs and knocked on the door that led into His Grace's private suite of rooms. The valet bowed him inside and escorted him to the bedchamber. His lordship, the Marquess of Lyonhall, he intoned. Amalia, seated beside the Duke's bed, beckoned him over. He is still unconscious, she murmured, her anxiety clear. The physician bled him again and is baffled by his illness. He does not know what is wrong. Pulling a chair up to the Duke's side, opposite Amalia, Reggie saw Edwina seated in a chair with her sewing in her lap, her eyes on him. He offered her a small nod and a smile, then studied the Duke's face. His flesh appeared pale, his face drawn as though with pain. Under the coverlet, his chest rose and fell slow and evenly as though he slept, and his bandaged wrist indicated where the physician had opened a vein to bleed the sickness from him. This is confusing me as well, Reggie muttered. I am no physician, but no illness I know of behaves this way. I cannot understand it, either. Amalia rested her hand on her father's. He has a fever and breaks into chilled sweats now and then, and his hands were trembling at supper last night. Reggie frowned. This does not even emulate Marshall's illness. I know. Father has not traveled to any place where he might have caught a contagious disease, either. So, what is wrong with him, Reggie? He glanced across the bed at her. I wish I knew. I would take his place if I could. Amalia nodded, her eyes warm as she gazed at him. You are my rock. What would I do without you here? Marry that idiot East Cairn. You would be fine, Amalia. he replied gently. You are a strong woman. She glanced back at the Duke's face. I do not feel very strong right now. I am a wreck inside. I cannot lose him, I simply cannot. You are tougher than you know. Reggie tried a grin, even if he knew it was lopsided. Remember how Marshall always called you his suit of armor? Because I was always trying to protect him. Amalia nodded with a weak smile. Even though he was older, I always felt the need to keep him safe. Just as I will keep you safe. Struggling with the words, Reggie swallowed the urge to add, because I love you. He did not want to add to her burden or make her feel pressured right now. He could not possibly know if she ever would return his feelings, his love, and finding out that the answer was no, would crush him. I have to tell her somehow. If His Grace dies, she will need me there. Not some stranger named the Earl of Eastcairn. Chapter 8. Well, I am certainly sorry to see you go, Mr. Miller. Lord Bainbridge said heavily, leaning on his walking stick. But I can understand the desire to work for your esteemed uncle. How is His Grace, by the way? Patrick made a face. I fear he is not well, my lord. An illness his physician thought would pass quickly, but it has not yet done so. Lord Bainbridge frowned. The Duke is not even close to my age. He commented. By my standards, he is young and should be healthy. And his physician has no idea what it might be? None so far. But I am confident a cure will be found soon. And how is his daughter, Lady Gallagher? I had always hoped she would consent to marry my eldest grandson and assure me an alliance with Thornhill. Outside of being worried over her father, she is quite well. Why has she hidden herself away from society? Lord Bainbridge asked, peering myopically at Patrick. An affectation he had that never failed to irritate Patrick. She is a lovely young lady, and the only scandal attached to her name is that she does not socialize as other young women do. Her brother's death took her hard, my lord. Patrick answered, wishing the old earl would cease staring at him like that. She desires only to look after the Duke. She cannot find a suitable husband that way. Bainbridge said flatly. When you see her again, Mr. Miller, please give her my regards. And I will send my own physician to His Grace this very day. Perhaps the two doctors together might find a reason for his malady and heal him. That would be quite generous of you, my lord. I am certain His Grace will send his own thanks to you once he has recovered. I simply must have a chat with him about marrying his daughter to my grandson. The marriage would be quite beneficial to both of our families. Of course it will, my lord. Patrick had packed his belongings from his desk in the Bainbridge offices into a satchel and informed the old earl of his departure. He bowed to Lord Bainbridge and shook his hand in farewell. Then made his way back into the street. Whistling as he walked, he strode along the sidewalk amid the other pedestrians. Nodding and smiling politely to those he passed. In the wide avenue, carriages and wagons rolled past, drawn by fine horses or huge drafts, while many aristocratic men and women rode. Stopping at an apothecary shop, he went inside and purchased a specialized herbal tea, and asked the shopkeeper to wrap it well in paper. After a cheerful goodbye, he headed back to the Duke's massive residence, inwardly planning to set up his new office next to the steward, Mr. Bannock, and begin his work the following day. My future is now assured, he murmured to himself. Perhaps it is time I searched for a bride. I must also carry on the family bloodline. Laughing to himself, feeling happy and excited about his new prospects, Patrick walked the miles to the Duke's house and entered the front door. Thinking to go upstairs and see how his uncle fared, Patrick set his satchel in the small room set aside for his work. Then rapidly climbed the stairs and knocked on the Duke's private door. Upon being shown in, he found Amalia and her tall blonde maid who never seemed to smile seated near the Duke's bed. He seemed to be sleeping, but, From Amalia's bleak expression, Patrick suspected he had not regained consciousness. "How is he?" he asked in a quiet, sick-room voice. "The same," Amalia replied. "Mr. Hill, the physician, does not dare bleed him anymore." "Does he know what is wrong?" "Not yet. He is as baffled as we. Lord Bainbridge is sending his physician to assist," Patrick told her, stepping closer and gazing down at his uncle. "He also sends you his regards." Amalia smiled wanly. "He is such a dear old man. I have always been fond of him." "He seems to feel the same way about you." Patrick grinned. "Have you been here with your father all day?" "Except for a brief luncheon, yes." "Where is Reggie?" "He returned to his house to speak with his steward about his businesses," Amalia replied, her gaze on the Duke's face. "He will return in time for supper." "Speaking of business," Patrick commented, bending to kiss her cheek, "I must get a few things organized before I begin working for your father tomorrow. I will see you shortly." Leaving Amalia and her silent maid, Patrick returned to the main floor of the huge house, thinking once again about his very bright future in the ducal household. Chapter 9. After spending a few hours in the afternoon with Hap, Reggie mounted his stocky chestnut and headed toward the Thornhill residence. Riding at a trot, he mingled with the light traffic on the wide lane lined with trees and shrubs, his mind ranging to the Duke's illness. Pondering what his condition might be once Reggie returned there, he paid only the slightest heed to his surroundings. When the man stepped casually into his horse's path, his first instinct was to rein the horse away from him. The second was to yell at him for his stupidity. Then Reggie saw the pistol raised and aimed in his direction. With a startled curse, he kicked the horse into a leaping canter and bent low over the gelding's red mane. The pistol fired, and then his horse's shoulder struck the man, knocking him aside. Wheeling, Reggie found the man had not actually been thrown to the ground as he had hoped. Swearing loudly, he bolted into the mix of horses spooking at the sound of the shot, their drivers hauling on reins, shouting, cursing. "Damn it!" Reggie snapped as he tried to give chase, but was obstructed by wagons and carriages and unable to find a way through the stopped traffic. "What the hell is going on here?" called an aristocrat from the depths of a carriage, but Reggie did not recognize him immediately. "That fool tried to shoot me," Reggie replied, trying to wend his way through the snarl. Gazing beyond the confusion, he saw the man duck into an alley and vanish. As drivers and riders regained control of the horses, movement on the street began again. But the nobleman's carriage still sat where it was. Riding back, Reggie found the man beckoning to him. "I say, young man," he exclaimed. "Why would anyone wish to shoot you?" "I have no idea," Reggie replied, gazing back over his shoulder toward the alley. "He escaped me. I am a magistrate with the Crown Court," the older man said. "Should you require any assistance, you let me know. My name is Randolph Healy." Reggie inclined his head. "Reggie Davidson." Mr. Healy's eyes widened. "As is, the Marquess of Lyonhall?" "The very same." "Forgive me, my lord, for addressing you as young man. I meant no offense." "None taken, Mr. Healy. And I thank you for your offer of assistance. When and if I catch that man, I will want him prosecuted. I am also acquainted with several excellent investigators in the city," Mr. Healy went on. "They may be able to track this villain down for you." "Did you get a good look at him?" Reggie nodded, frowning thoughtfully. "I did, indeed. And I may take you up on your offer of an introduction." "Thank you." "You are most welcome, my lord." Mr. Healy bowed from his seat, then tapped the roof of his carriage with his walking stick. His driver snapped his whip, and the horses trotted on, leaving Reggie to stare after him. He glanced once more toward the alley where his would-be killer vanished into, then sighed, and reined his horse back toward the Duke's mansion lay. Amalia was, of course, appalled at the notion that someone just tried to kill him. "Why on earth would anyone want to kill you?" she asked. "You are the kindest, gentlest person I know." Once more, they spoke in low voices in the Duke's sick room, watching him as he lay unconscious and perhaps dying. "I have no idea," Reggie replied. "I do not believe I have many enemies at court or in Parliament. I have not cheated anyone at cards. Have not dallied with another man's wife." "Reggie." He grinned. "Sorry. But if I had, per se, then I might know who and why. But I do not." "And this was not some random attempt to steal from you?" she asked, her gorgeous amber gold eyes on him. "Unless he wanted my horse, quite doubtful. I had nothing of value on my person, and as I am clearly a lord, who dares attack a lord?" "Quite true, I suppose," she answered, turning back to her silent father. "Crimes like that are so rare as to be not worth mentioning." A kind magistrate stopped, and we had an excellent chat. "He knows investigators and will introduce me if I so wish." She frowned, glancing up at him. "How can an investigator find a single man in this huge city?" "By finding out who wants me dead. I may take him up on his offer." "Perhaps you are right." Reggie hesitated. "Amalia?" "Yes?" "Let us keep this between us. Do not tell Patrick, Eastcairn, or even your father when he wakes up. I want this to remain a secret. While I do not understand why, I will respect your wishes." "Thank you." After a quick glance at his pocket watch, he said, "It is time to change for supper. May I escort you to your rooms?" Amalia smiled up at him. "You may." After seeing her to her vast array of rooms, Reggie continued on to his own, where his valet, Benjamin, helped him to wash, change, and dispersed any possible lint from his impeccable black coat with a small brush. He liked wearing black with a blue or grey cravat, and his color choices never failed to attract the young women of the town to him. "But there is only one woman for me." "Get yourself some supper, Ben," he said, striding toward the door. "I may not be back until late." "Very good, my lord." At the table, he took his place as acting host of the household, observing Eastcairn's excessive attention to Amalia and stifled an inner snarl. While she greeted him with the same politeness she gave all guests in her home, Reggie wondered if there was a means to eject him without insult. He shuffled a few ideas through his head and rejected them all. He needs to go to the Orkneys with Patrick, and soon. Patrick began the conversation by gushing over his new position within the ducal business. "I am so excited to start. Cousin, I will make the Duke richer than Croesus." Sipping her wine, Amalia nodded, but her smile was strained. "That is good, Patrick. I am certain my father will be pleased at your prospects for him." "Pleased?" Patrick glanced around the table as though stunned by her lack of enthusiasm. "I would hope he is as excited as I am. I feel like this is a very unique opportunity to get ahead of our competitors. By the time they wake up, we will own the French wine import business. I think that His Grace will be pleased." Eastcairn interjected with a smile. "But he is yet quite ill, Patrick, and perhaps Amalia is simply worried about him." "Lady Gallagher, please, Lord Eastcairn," Amalia said, her eyes snapping. "Supper is a formal occasion, and we must respect its traditions." "Now that is putting the idiot in his place." Reggie hid his smirk behind his wineglass, observing Eastcairn's rapid annoyance before he covered it with a polite social smile. "Of course, Lady Gallagher," he said smoothly. "I stand corrected." "Yes, my father, The Duke will no doubt be very happy. Amalia went on, glancing at Patrick. What exactly will you be doing beginning tomorrow? Patrick eyed her sharply, but the question was a fair one in Reggie's eyes. As the standing heir to the Thornhill wealth, Amalia was well within her rights to make inquiries of the Duke's employees, of which Patrick was now one. He launched into his plan to make contact with French wineries, those that were still in operation and begin the process of importing their wines and champagnes. Reggie felt impressed at her wealth of knowledge of the import business and asked Patrick pointed questions as to his plans. Apparently satisfied, she said. Very good. You will report everything to Mr. Bannock, Patrick. He will be your direct supervisor until my father returns to health. Patrick's expression appeared akin to biting into a sour apple. Then he smiled brightly. Yes, of course. I think Mr. Bannock and I will get along famously. I am sure you will. Amalia replied without an answering smile. Now then, from now on, I will follow my father's practice of no talking business at table. Then how about we make a toast to His Majesty the King, and his son, His Royal Highness the Prince Regent? East Cairn said with a grin, lifting his glass. The toast was duly observed, and Reggie wondered at what game he was playing. He found his answer shortly after. Were you aware that I am personal friends with Prinny? East Cairn asked, using the informal nickname given to the Prince Regent. He is always asking my advice, you know. We are quite close. Now that is a lie if ever I heard one. Reggie eyed East Cairn sourly and knew the prince's circle of friends did not include the Earl of East Cairn. Is that so? He asked, his tone polite, impressed. How does His Highness stand on the war in France? East Cairn took a moment to sip his wine, then replied. You know, Prinny stands with justice. What the hell does that mean? Ah, of course. Reggie replied, smiling. He is British, after all. How dare Napoleon stand against the forces of Britain and her allies? East Cairn smiled thinly. How dare he indeed? Amalia frowned slightly. Reggie recognized her confusion as she was always up to date with current events. East Cairn covered his lapse by raising his glass again. How about we toast the most beautiful lady I have ever had the honor to court? Amalia did not raise her glass. Exactly how many ladies have you courted, Lord East Cairn? I am, of course, quite curious. Ah, well, a gentleman never tells, Lady Gallagher. He replied with an impish grin. Thus, I refuse to say. Of course. Amalia replied, and Reggie heard the cynicism in her voice. How foolish of me. If you have courted ladies before? Reggie asked slowly. Why are you not married? East Cairn smirked. None have yet met my standards, Lord Thornhill. I am certain I will not be among those statistics, my lord. Amalia said, her golden eyes icy. As I have no intention of being courted. We shall see about that, Lady Gallagher. Chapter 10. Fuming, incredibly annoyed by East Cairn's arrogance, Amalia left the gentlemen to their port in the drawing-room. No doubt discussing politics and women equally. Slamming through her chamber door, she found Edwina straightening from her task of pouring a glass of wine. Edwina immediately curtsied. Eyeing the wine, Amalia asked. How did you know? You having supper with 3 unmarried males without your father present, my lady. Please, do not insult me. I will not. Amalia scooped up the glass and took a long gulp. Pour one for yourself. Edwina obliged by pouring another and refilling Amalia's. So, what happened? What happened? That arrogant, insufferable East Cairn declared he will court me whether I want it or not. You know how to curb his ambitions. Amalia instantly perked up. How? Get married. Drooping, Amalia sank into an armchair, staring at the fire burning on the hearth. Is that the best you can do? Just whom am I supposed to marry, Ed? Lord Thornhill. Snorting, Amalia scoffed. He does not love me. He is my friend and only that. I want true, romantic love. Is that too much to ask for? No. Edwina sat beside her, wine glass in her hand. But I also think you are seeking it in all the wrong places. Half the time, I do not know what you are talking about. Edwina leaned forward. You think you will find it in every passing stag, my lady. Seek what is in front of your face. Reggie can never love me that way, and you know it. Can you love him that way? Staring into the blaze, Amalia pondered. I do not know. I never thought of him as, well, a lover. A husband. How do you think of him, my lady? As Marshall's friend. My friend. And what is necessary for true love to happen? What comes first? I do not know. Amalia sipped her wine, already knowing she had just lied. She ducked her head, amending her answer. Friendship, I suppose. Exactly, my lady. Who better to have as your husband than your best friend? Who else will love you as you want and deserve? Feeling, and instantly suppressing, the urge to throw her glass into the fire, Amalia replied, angry. He does not love me like that. It will never happen, Ed. She felt Edwina's emotional withdrawal from her and regretted what she had said. Yet, she could not find any reason to retract it. Whatever you say, my lady. Amalia closed her eyes. Please, Ed. Do not do that. I am sorry. You are my only friend. I just cannot believe that Reggie could, or ever would, love me the way I want. More wine, my lady? No. Amalia withdrew her wineglass and hugged it close to her body. I cannot get drunk now. Not with father sick and East Cairn pressuring me. I need to be on my toes come morning. I will turn your bed down, my lady. When Edwina vanished into her bedroom, Amalia wanted to weep. But her eyes remained dry. Her heart hard. Get well, father, I need you. Please do not die, I cannot withstand another blow to my heart. Wake up and tell me what I should do. The Duke did not wake up, and Amalia recognized the sheer panic in Mr. Hill's eyes. As though he feared his own life was on the line for failing to cure his grace. That expression, his intense worry, filled Amalia with her own grief and despair. Sitting beside him, holding his limp hand, she let the tears slide unchecked down her cheeks. Do not leave me, father. She pleaded softly. I need you. Please stay with me a while longer. Her father shifted on the bed, his brows furrowing, as though he had heard her. Perhaps he had, in some way. Come back, father. I dare not bleed him again, my lady. Mr. Hill said from her side. He is too weak. Does he wake up at all? At times. Just long enough for me to get some broth and my tea infusions into him, then he sleeps again. That is encouraging, is it not? She asked, glancing at him. Indeed, my lady. If I could simply diagnose what disease it is, I might be able to find a cure. But it matches nothing I can find. Please keep trying, Mr. Hill. I certainly will. Unwilling to leave her father, yet finding it useless to stay beside him, Amalia, at last, decided she needed to get out of the house for a while. After asking Perkins to assign a pair of footmen to accompany her, she went upstairs to her rooms to find a light cloak to wear. Edwina, busy caring for Amalia's gowns, glanced up, then curtsied. My lady, how is your father? The same. I am going out for a walk, Ed. Will you come with me? Certainly, if you wish. Together, they walked down the stairs and found two bowing footmen in identical livery and powdered wigs awaiting them. The late morning air felt crisp and fresh and smelled of newly cut grass. Little traffic rolled up and down the wide avenue lined with trees and sprawling lawns while gardeners pruned hedges and rose bushes on estates. Amalia strolled past. "Can you believe summer is almost over?" Amalia mused as she ambled along the sidewalk. "I think I am ready for cooler weather," Edwina replied. "You know I do not do well in the summer heat. Remember how we used to play in the snow?" Amalia asked with a grin. "I shoved snow down your bodies, and oh, how you danced and shrieked. That was so funny." Edwina answered, her tone thoughtful. "I do not recall ever getting my revenge on you for that. Time does not count when one must obtain one's vengeance." Amalia laughed. "And you plan to do what? Push snow down my bodice this winter?" Edwina stared at her, her eyes wide. "Just why would I announce my plans to my victim? You will feel my wrath at the appropriate time." "I cannot wait." "So, have you seen your fiancé lately?" "He is not my fiancé until such time as I accept his proposal, and I have not yet done that." "I really wish you would, Ed. I so want to see you happy." "I am happy. You know what I mean. Married happy. With child happy." Amalia suddenly gasped, pausing to stare at Edwina. "Oh, to see you with child, Ed, that would be so wonderful." Edwina scowled. "Let us not get ahead of ourselves, my lady. You go first, remember?" Amalia walked on. "You know that will not happen for a long while. You should not wait on me to begin the next step of your life." "That is my decision, is it not?" "Stephen is willing to wait, and my gut tells me your marriage is not as far off as you think." "Ah, yes, father's impending death and my subsequent marriage to whoever beats the others in the race for my hand." Despite her best efforts, she could not keep the bitterness from her voice. "My lady, that is not what I meant, and you know it. The Duke will recover, I feel it in my bones." "Do your bones tell you who my prospective husband is?" "Not yet. But he is out there, waiting for you with not a simple ambition but with love." Amalie gazed around at the beautiful scenery around her. The elegant homes belonging to some of the wealthiest people in England, her heart heavy. "I just wish I knew what to do, Ed." "You will know it when the time comes." "While you may be correct, that is not exactly comforting right now." "I know. Just trust your instincts, all right?" Smiling at her friend, Amalia started to reply. But a commotion from behind them spun them both around, startled. A man in the drab grey and brown clothes of a common labourer, a cloth cap on his head, bolted across the wide avenue. Nearly run down by a hansom cab, its driver yelling at him to watch where he was going. He vanished down a side street. "Lady Gallagher, are you well? Are you hurt?" From behind the footman, Lord Eastcairn shoved his way between them, his blue eyes wide with worry and concern. Baffled, Amalia glanced around and saw nothing at all amiss. "Of course, my lord. Whatever is the matter?" "That man there." He pointed toward the street where the labourer vanished. "He was following you with the intent to harm you." Shocked, she gazed in the direction Eastcairn pointed. "How can you be sure?" "Let us just say I am somewhat familiar with criminal types," he replied, frowning. "I am involved with the courts in Scotland. I am quite certain he meant to either kill or maim you. And I tried to capture him. He, however, was as slippery as an eel and escaped." Amalia shared a long look with Edwina, then said, "I thank you for your timely intervention, my lord. But how is it you came to be right here at this particular moment?" "I was not following you, if that is what you are wondering," Eastcairn replied with an easy grin. I was merely traveling in the same direction as you. Naturally, I could not permit him to commit any evil upon your person. Of course. May I accompany you and ask where you are bound? We are just out for a stroll, my lord. Amalia replied. We will turn back now and will not impose upon you further. Something flickered deep in his eyes. Then he blinked and smiled cheerfully. Then I will see you later, Lady Gallagher. Remembering her manners, Amalia curtsied and watched him stroll on down the street, confused. What just happened? She murmured. Nothing good, my lady, Edwina replied darkly. Nothing good. Reggie stared at Amalia as she told him the story of the incident, and East Ken's perfectly timed rescue. That is not possible, Amalia, he said, his brows furrowed. A common labourer would hardly attack an attended lady in this part of London. If you were strolling along the streets of Whitechapel, perhaps, but not here. And certainly not in broad daylight. I know, Reggie, she replied, gazing at the Duke's sleeping countenance as she sat once more beside his bed. That is what is so strange about it all. East Ken is in the perfect place to rescue me from an attack that should never have happened in the first place. On the far side of the Duke's bed, Reggie studied her profile. Could he have engineered it? He asked softly. Astounded, Amalia gazed at him. Whatever for? To make you more amenable to his courtship proposal. He would not stoop to doing something so dishonorable. She snorted. How can you be so certain? Reggie did not say that thought aloud. For even to him, it seemed preposterous for a landed lord, an earl, to hire a man to attack a woman just so he can save her. Reggie frowned at his own thought. Just so he could save her. On the bed, the Duke stirred, and his eyes opened. He groaned softly as both Reggie and Amalia leaned forward over him. Father? Amalia asked, her tone hushed. You are awake. A tiny smile quirked his Grace's lips upward. Daughter, he whispered. It is good to see you. You as well, father. Are you hungry? Thirsty? Thirsty. Might I have some water? Reggie went to the sideboard immediately and poured water from a pitcher into a glass. Bringing it to Amalia, he stood by, hope at the Duke's apparent recovery filling him. Amalia helped her father to drink by holding the glass to his lips. At last satisfied, her father lay his head back down. Thank you. You should eat, father, Amalia told him. You need nourishment to get well again. I am not hungry. His eyes met Reggie's, and he smiled again. Reginald. Are you looking after my daughter? Yes, indeed, Your Grace. I will always be there for her as well as you. Good. The Duke closed his eyes. She needs you. And we both need you. Amalia is right, you need to eat. I will accept some broth. Will you be so good as to order some for me? Of course, Your Grace. As Amalia held her father's hand, Reggie went into the other room and discovered Mr. Hill dozing in a chair. He gently shook the physician awake and said, His Grace would like more broth, Mr. Hill. Harumphing, rubbing his eyes, the doctor nodded and rose from his chair. I will prepare it immediately, my lord. Perhaps he is finally on his way to recovering. Let us hope so. Returning to the bedchamber, he found Amalia informing the Duke of what had been going on during his absence. But noticed she refrained from informing him of the alleged attack on her earlier in the day. I put Patrick under the supervision of Mr. Bannock, she told him. Very wise move, the Duke replied, glancing at Reggie. While I trust him implicitly, Patrick is yet young and can be impetuous. Once you are well, you can resume your plans for him, Your Grace, Reggie said with a small smile. He has quite the ambitions for expanding your business. He always has been driven to succeed. The Duke answered, even as a young boy. It never sat well with him that he was born the second child and could not inherit. Thus, he channeled his efforts into becoming wealthy in business. Amalia commented. His Grace frowned. I do not expect him to gain great wealth in this position, but comfortably well off, yes. Our agreement is that I pay him a generous salary, and that is all. I am sure that will be enough for him. Amalia replied, smiling. You are very kind to have given him this opportunity. I expect great things from him. Her father smiled up at her. He is my blood, after all, and will increase my wealth exponentially. Mr. Hill arrived with both tea and broth on a tray and set it down on the table beside the Duke's bed. Amalia stood up to give him room as he inspected his patient and helped him to drink both the broth and the tea. The next time you are awake, Your Grace, he said firmly, I will require you to eat solid food. I will endeavor to try, Mr. Hill. His Grace answered, sipping the hot broth. My stomach is queasy, and I fear I may not be able to hold much down. Simple bread might not be too hard on you and will give you much-needed sustenance. Amalia stepped to Reggie's side as they both watched the Duke drink the liquids, then fall back to sleep. She smiled up at him. This is so encouraging, she whispered. Indeed, it is. Come. Let us leave him to sleep and return in a few hours. Half expecting an argument, Reggie felt a little surprised when she followed him out of the Duke's apartments. Shall we go stroll around in the garden for a time? He asked. That sounds lovely. In the hallway outside the Duke's door, Amalia sent a footman to fetch her personal maid as a chaperone, making Reggie wish they were married and had no further need for such. He knew Edwina to be loyal and discreet, never one to gossip with the rest of the staff as many maids were wont to do. Edwina loved Amalia and protected her reputation with a fierceness that rivaled a tigress defending her offspring. I am so glad you are here, Reggie, she said as they ambled amid the hedgerows and tall trees. I do not know what I would do without you. So you said before. Reggie grinned down at her. I cannot seem to express how dear you are to me. You just did. Despite her father's continuing recovery, Amalia seemed troubled. She bent to breathe in the scent of the roses as they passed, Edwina following them at a short distance. You are my good friend, Reggie, and I am so very fond of you, as well. Stricken at the word fond and not love, Reggie kept the grimace of frustration off his face with an effort. Trying to keep his voice level yet friendly, he replied, then it is good we have one another. What do you think of East Cairn? I think I would like him much better if he were in Australia right now. It does not matter what I think, he answered. What do you feel about him? Confusion. Amalia glanced up at him before walking on. I want to believe he has a good heart and is true in his desire to marry me. Not my father's title. Had he approached me before father took ill, then I may not have suspicions at all. But you do have them. Of course. Her voice changed to bitterness despite her smile. I fear his timing, Reggie. I want to marry a man who loves me and does not aspire for more than that. Then marry me, and you will have what you want. For, I love you with all my heart and would marry you if you had no titles or wealth at all. As you should. Your father is not pressuring you to marry anyone, he said so. Do not make a rash decision, Amalia. I shall not, Reggie. No one can marry me without mine or my father's consent. And if you will not give it, and I do not, well, things will remain as they are. And give me time to work up the courage to tell you how I feel. If, and I say if, East Cairn is creating events to make you fall in love with him. Reggie said slowly. Please be careful. If he tries such a thing again, it may in truth harm you. Amalia stopped. You mean something might go amiss, and I do indeed get hurt? That is a very frightening thought, Reggie. But I also must emphasize that I only suspect he engineered this alleged attack this morning. Reggie added. I have no proof, and I may very well be wrong. It might almost seem romantic. Amalia commented, walking on along the cobbled path that wound around the huge garden. A man going to such lengths to win the heart of his lady love. She smiled, but it held little humor or warmth. Love should not require violence for it to happen, Amalia. Quite true, and believe me, it will not work. I will not be forced into falling in love nor into marriage. Good. Stay strong and hold your ground. That is the best advice I can give at the moment. Having your support in all this means everything to me, Reggie, she said, her golden brown eyes glistening with tears. Where else would I be, except at your side? To remain there, as your loving and adoring husband, until we grow old together hand in hand. But it will never be unless I find it within me to open my heart to you. And for that, I need tremendous courage.
If you like our channel, please subscribe and make sure to click on the bell icon, so that you won't miss any future audiobooks we'll upload for free each week on YouTube.
Chapter 11. The very next evening, her father made his way carefully down the stairs with the aid of a walking stick, and Reggie hovering at his elbow. Amalia stood at the base of the steps, watching with a mixture of happiness and trepidation, fearing a repeat of the last time he had come down them. You can please cease behaving like a nursemaid, Reginald, father complained. Yet humor filled his voice and eyes as he looked to Amalia. If it keeps you safe and healthy, Your Grace, Reggie replied with a grin. I plan to hover over you for a long while yet. Good God, boy, the Duke thundered. I am not an invalid. Yes, you are, father, Amalia interjected as he reached the floor. She curtsied. I, for one, am not strong enough to catch you if you fall. But Reggie is. Leaning on his stick, breathing heavily, her father gazed down at her. I suppose I should be grateful, as I am not up to my usual strength. Come now, we must not be tardy. Both Patrick and Lord Eastcairn rose from their chairs to bow as the Duke made his way carefully inside. How wonderful to see you on your feet, Uncle, Patrick exclaimed, seating himself once the Duke did. Yes, it appears I am on the mend. Amalia and Reggie took their own chairs as Perkins signaled the footman to begin pouring wine all around. Her father lifted his hand. Tea for me, please, he stated. Mr. Hill has advised against drinking alcohol for the time being. I am glad you are taking his advice, father, Amalia told him, sharing her joy at his presence with Reggie, who winked at her. Yes, Lord Eastcairn commented with a grin. I, too, am glad to see you back and returning to health, Your Grace. My appetite is not quite what it used to be, her father replied heavily, picking up the cup of tea the footman placed in front of him. He took a long sip. It will come back, father. Yes, of course, it will. Now that you are back on your feet, Your Grace, Eastcairn said, his eyes on Amalia. You will reconsider my suit to marry you, daughter. As Amalia glanced away from Eastcairn and toward Reggie at the moment Eastcairn finished his sentence, she clearly witnessed the flash of anger that crossed his face before he concealed it behind a polite facade. Then her own rage at the man's audacity flared, hot and white, and she felt her hands trembling. In keeping her eyes down, she hoped she concealed her emotions and kept a tight rein on her tongue. I do believe I meant what I said, Eastcairn, her father said slowly. I refuse to pressure my daughter at this time. I have no desire to annoy you, Eastcairn continued smoothly. I, however, am in need of a bride, and Lady Gallagher is not just available, but I have become quite smitten with her. Knowing that if she dared look up, Everyone at the table would see the smoldering anger, as Amalia felt it tightening her face. Trying to relax her tense jaw, she drew in a long slow breath, then spoke slowly and evenly. "While I have no wish to insult you, my lord," she gritted, her voice thick, "you must cease and desist, immediately, this pursuit of my hand. Both my father and myself have clearly stated that I am not ready to marry at this time. Am I making myself clear?" At last, she dared look up to find every eye staring at her. Reggie smothered a grin behind an urgent need to scratch the side of his nose, then winked at her. Her father merely watched her, no emotion revealed on his countenance. He said nothing and picked up his cup to take a sip from his tea. Patrick closed his gaping mouth when she met his gaze, then grimaced, and shunted his face to the side. At last, she looked at the Earl of Eastcairn. He stared back at her, his blue eyes as hard as agates. His lips thinned even as he smiled slightly. She suspected she had just made him as angry as he had made her, but she could not bring herself to care. "Crystal," he said tightly, slowly, clear. "Cousin," Patrick said, his voice unhappy. And Amalia could not tell if his misery came from the general atmosphere around the table or that she had rejected his friend. "You must marry. Freddie is a fine catch and a fine man. Please reconsider. If you do not mind," she replied stiffly. "I think a change of subject is in order." "Yes," Reggie agreed. "I believe that is a delightful idea." As the conversation turned to general talk of who in society was doing what, who was hosting which ball, and whether the Prince Regent would attend, Amalia observed Eastcairn from the corner of her eye. He added little to the discussion, and unless forced to do so, never took his eyes from her face. She caught Reggie's gaze briefly, and as though by magic, she instantly understood his thoughts. "You made him very angry. Be careful, but I will protect you." Dipping her chin slightly in a nod, Amalia tried to convey both her appreciation and comprehension of what she had done. "I did not wish to make an enemy of the Earl. Yet I will not stand by and let him bully my father while he is weak." When supper was over, Eastcairn left as soon as was socially acceptable with a boat to the Duke, and Patrick followed him after shooting Amalia a pleading glance. Her father gazed at her with a small smile, his face was sympathetic. "While I may not have any, would you both care to join me in the drawing room for port?" Reggie's elation at witnessing Amalia put Eastcairn securely in his place lasted until the news reached him that the Duke was once again bedridden and unconscious. "What the devil is going on here?" he muttered as he trotted up the stairs to the Duke's private chambers. He was escorted inside by the Duke's valet and found both Amalia and Mr. Hill seated by his bed. "Again?" he asked, hardly keeping his voice down. "Mr. Hill, what is wrong with him?" The little physician rose to bow. "I am sorry, my lord, I do not know. I have studied my medical journals until I cannot see straight and can find no disease that matches his symptoms." "He is dying, Reggie," Amalia told him, her voice thick with grief, her eyes glimmering with tears. "Do not say that," Reggie snapped, scared that she might be right. "He has gotten well before. He will get well again. This time, he is much weaker. His pulse is slower. Never give up." Reggie stood at the foot of the bed, gazing at the Duke. "Mr. Hill, could this possibly be a disease that came from another country?" "But His Grace has not left England." "No, but he is, however, in the import business and comes in contact with people from other lands. Could he have gotten it that way?" "Possible, but unlikely," Mr. Hill replied, his tone thoughtful. "A disease such as what you are referring to is contagious, and others like you, myself, and her ladyship would also be stricken by it." Reggie wanted to growl. "This is so strange. He gets better, then sick again, better, now sick. And no disease you know of works like that? None. Feeling that he was on the edge of something important, Reggie struggled to reach for it, but whatever idea he had slipped from his grasp. This is so very strange, he repeated, muttering. I will bleed him again, Mr. Hill stated. He has more strength than he did previously. If I may politely ask you both to leave for the time being. Amalia nodded and stood. Thank you, Mr. Hill. I know you're doing all you can. The physician bowed. My lady. Walking out of the ducal apartments, Reggie wanted nothing more than to pull Amalia into his arms and let her weep on his shoulder. Glancing around the corridor to see if there were any potential witnesses, he did just that, drawing her into his chest and wrapping his arms around her. When she did not protest or try to escape him, he almost uttered those 3 words. I love you. He held her close for as long as he dared, then released her and gazed down into her eyes. She stared up at him, tears tracking down her cheeks. I'm so frightened, she whispered. I know. I am, too. What will happen to me if he dies? Feeling helpless, Reggie wanted to say that she would marry him and be loved and protected all the days of her life. The words rose to his mouth, and then the vision of her breaking into laughter upon hearing them intruded. I do not know, was all he could say. Amalia nodded and turned her face away to walk back down the corridor. How can I ask you to solve my problems? She murmured. How can I ask you to marry me when you do not look at me as a potential husband? You have placed an unsurmountable shell around yourself and will not let me in. I want to, Amalia, he said, trying to keep the bitterness from his voice. If I could rid you of every pain in your life, I would do so without thinking twice. She half turned, a strained grin twisting her mouth. I know. You are a good friend. Why can I not be so much more to you? I wish to go to my rooms, Amalia said, her voice dull. Will you escort me, Reggie? Of course. Opening her door, Amalia gazed at him for a long moment as though wanting to say something. All that emerged from her lips was a soft, thank you, before she gently closed the door in his face. His heart in tatters. Cursing himself for his inability to tell her how he felt, Reggie turned from her chambers to walk down the corridor to the stairs. The ancient butler approached him at roughly the speed of a garden snail. A letter on a silver tray. Perkins bowed. A message for you, my lord. Reggie accepted it. Thank you, Perkins. The old butler bowed again and departed, leaving Reggie alone to open it. It was from his steward, Hap. My lord. I have received word that your presence is greatly needed at your stud farm in Surrey. It would appear that several mares have mysteriously died, and others are ill. Please make all haste there at your earliest convenience. Yours, Hap Boyle. Muttering oaths under his breath, Reggie folded the letter and placed it in an inner pocket of his coat. Gesturing toward a nearby footman, who strode toward him and bowed, he said, I need paper, quill, and ink. Right away, my lord. Once the servant returned with the necessary items, Reggie used a nearby table to write. My dearest Amalia, I have been called away to Surrey on an emergency, but I will return to you as soon as I possibly can. Please know you have my love and affection as well as my friendship. Do not give up hope, my sweet lady. Yours, Reggie Davidson. Folding it, he handed it to the waiting footman. Please take this to Lady Gallagher immediately. Yes, my lord. The footman bowed and departed, and Reggie strode toward the front door where he asked another footman to have the groom saddle his horse. As he waited, he paced, fretting, worried about Amalia, his prized horses, the Duke, and everything else that seemed to be going wrong lately. Surely this chain of ill luck must come to an end, he muttered. It must. Chapter 12. What do you think he meant by that? Amalia asked Edwina. Amalia spent much of the day in her chambers, alternating weeping and staring out the window. The weather in London had turned as grey and dismal as her soul, the rain pattering against the glass. Edwina had built a fire in the hearth, although the sight of the merry flames failed to cheer her. She reread Reggie's letter, understanding that he had to go, but wishing he had not. Meant by what, my lady? You have my love and affection as well as my friendship. Amalia quoted. Edwina tossed another chunk of wood on the flames and brushed her hands together. I told you I like the way he looks at you. What is that supposed to mean? You are an intelligent woman. Think about it while I lay your dress for supper on the bed. Edwina vanished into another room, leaving Amalia to fume. She likes the way he looks at me and he says, love and affection. How am I supposed to? Oh, Lord. Amalia's mouth dropped into a wide O of surprised understanding. Taking the letter, she rose from her chair and marched into her bedroom where Edwina examined potential gowns for supper that evening, carefully evaluating each one. Amalia shook the paper. Are you hinting that Reggie is in love with me? She demanded. I do not recall hinting at anything, my lady. Edwina pulled a dark gold gown from the armoire. How about this dress? It will truly accent your eyes. But you like the way he looks at me? Yes. And he says he feels love and affection for me in addition to friendship. Does that mean he is in love with me? Edwina eyed her sidelong and sighed in exasperation. Why are you asking me? You should be asking Lord Lyonhall. Amalia wanted to stamp her foot. He is not here to ask, Ed. If he felt only friendship for me, which I truly believe is all I am to him, why would he add this other? I cannot read a man's mind, my lady. Nor a woman's, either. Yes, I do think this gown at supper tonight. Lord Eastcairn will be drooling all over you. Groaning, Amalia declared. Good God, that is the last thing I need. Can you not find a dress that makes me look hideous? Scandalized, Edwina stared. Even if you have such a gown. And you do not, by the way. I would hardly dress my lady in it for supper. And with Reggie gone and father ill, I must face his marriage proposals alone. That means you will have to chaperone, Ed. Oh, excellent. Edwina smirked. I would adore watching a verbal sword fight. And witness me falling beneath his blade. Hardly that. You are an even match for him, believe me. Edwina must have felt disappointment as she stood behind Amalia at supper, for only Patrick arrived for the meal. Freddie had to leave after breakfast this morning, Amalia, he said in answer to her question. I am not sure why or where he went. Taking her place at the table, Amalia met Edwina's eyes and quickly rolled her own where Patrick could not see it. What a pity. Amalia replied happily. You look absolutely stunning in that gown, cousin, he said, his tone and expression admiring as he looked her up and down. Freddie would absolutely be drooling over you if he were to see you in it. Amalia lifted her chin and her wineglass. A pity he is not here, then. Toasting her silently, Patrick shook his head sadly. I had really thought you and Freddie would be drawn to one another immediately. He really is an excellent match for you, Amalia. Young, wealthy, an earl. He attracts women by the score. I have nothing against your friend, Patrick, Amalia said and wondered if she had just told an untruth. I do not want to be married or courted right now. Father is deathly ill, and all you and he want to talk about is marrying me. Patrick leaned forward. That is exactly why, cousin. If his grace dies, and I pray every day he does not, then who is there to see you to a fruitful marriage? You have no father, no brother to take care of your interests. Yet, If you marry now, with His Grace's approval, that you are secure if, God forbid, he passes. Her previous happy mood gone, Amalia pondered his words. It was true that if her father died soon, and she was unmarried, she could become a victim of any husband the Prince Regent might choose. You do have a point, cousin, she replied, sipping her wine. Of course I do. But if you marry Freddie, you have a secured future to a good man worthy of you. Is not Reggie worthy of me as well? She asked carefully. Patrick's jaw dropped. Reggie? Well, yes, I suppose his lineage is certainly high enough. But do you really want to marry a marquis when you can marry an earl? And Reggie does not love you, not the way you want to be loved, anyway. To him, you are Marshall's sister, and a means to an end. Suddenly angry, Amalia all but slammed her glass down. A means to an end? The Dukedom of Thornhill, no doubt. And your friend does not also have this same motive? He bears me no love, Patrick. At least Reggie has some love for me. Yes, Patrick said slowly. Freddie does love you. He fell for you the moment he saw you. That is not possible. While I do believe in love at first sight, it goes both ways, not one. Not true. If you had not been so worried about His Grace, you might also have felt it. Amalia curled her lip. I also find it interesting that your good friend shows up just as father falls ill, pressuring me to marry him. A coincidence only. Patrick sighed. He does love you and promises to make you a very happy woman. Makes promises to you, not to me. He would do so if you gave him a chance. Patrick glanced aside. If you had not made him so angry, he might have been able to convince you. And had he not made me so angry, I would not have made him so. He dares to raise the subject at every chance, even when father told him I can take my time and choose a husband. This is getting us nowhere, Amalia. Patrick replied with a small smile. Please. Let us dine together as cousins and friends. Amalia's returning smile felt strained on her lips. Of course. Pushing his horse as hard as he dared without exhausting it, Reggie rode through the afternoon and into the dusk. His stud farm on his estate in Surrey lay about 25 miles southwest of London. A sprawling 300 acres of prime pasture and woodland. His house and the stables comprising of 15 structures that included his manor. The stables themselves, barns, sheds, a coach house and cottages where his gamekeeper and stud manager lived. His gelding, already fit from nearly constant travel, moved strongly under him as Reggie alternated trotting and cantering. And he occasionally dismounted to walk and let the horse get its wind back. Despite his care, foam drenched the dark bay hide, and the gelding stumbled often by the time he reached his estate several hours after dark. Having been seen and recognized as he trotted into the wide stable yard, grooms rushed to take his exhausted mount and walk the gelding until it was cool enough to unsaddle, water, and feed. Where is Martin Rush? He demanded as he dismounted. In the foaling barn, my lord. Hurrying to the long structure where his mares gave birth to their foals before being turned out to graze on the lush green pastures, Reggie half walked and half ran inside. He found Martin, his stud manager, in a stall on his knees beside a stricken mare lying in the straw on her side. Her baby whinnied in a high-pitched voice, and Reggie wanted to echo its sentiment. What happened? Reggie opened the stall door and knelt, unmindful of his clothes, beside the mare. Martin gazed at him with a mixture of rage and grief. I do not know, my lord, he said, his voice thick. I swear none of them colicked, I swear it. They suddenly went down with no symptoms at all. That is impossible. I know. Martin snarled, but turned his face away. I apologize for my tone, my lord. Do not apologize. Tell me exactly what happened. Martin drew a deep breath, his hand on the dead mare's neck. Yesterday afternoon and evening, all was as usual. Nothing amiss, all the horses eating, happy. Then last night, a groom came to tell me a mare was down. Suddenly. Down. By the time I got here, she was dead. And her foal? Alive, crying for his mother, unharmed. 2 more went down a few hours later. I searched the feed, smelled and tasted the water, but it was all the same the other horses received, and nothing happened to them. I sent a messenger to you immediately. I got it. Since then, 2 others died. This old lady was the last. 6 mares? Reggie asked. And their foals are fine? Yes, my lord. Reggie sat back on his haunches. I expect we can rule out poison. Martin started gaping. Poison. If they were poisoned, their foals would get it in their milk. For a long time, Martin said nothing and stared at the crying foal. That is not true, my lord. How so? If it acted fast enough, the mare would have gone down almost immediately. The foal would have had little chance to nurse. In addition, the poison would need time to get to her milk. Reggie nodded slowly. Then perhaps they were poisoned. Have we any new grooms hired recently? You cannot mean a groom did this? I do. Who was hired in the last week? Martin's brows furrowed. Henderson. A young lad from a nearby town. Take me to him. Rising from the straw, Reggie and Martin strode out of the stall and down the aisle toward the cluster of grooms watching them. From what he read on their faces, he saw a mixture of fear, anger, resentment, and worry on their faces. Where is Henderson? Reggie demanded as they bowed low. Gone, my lord, said a man, Gerald, who had worked for the estate since before Reggie inherited. Left sometime this afternoon. Reggie cursed. Did any of you get to know him? Be familiar with his family, perhaps? No, my lord. He did not mix with the rest of us much, kept to himself. Gerald glanced at his fellows. Seemed standoffish, he did. This is what we are going to do, Reggie said. All the surviving mares and foals are to go out to pasture right now. The young geldings and mares under training are also to be turned loose, tonight. The orphan foals are to be bottle-fed at the old estate over the hills. I am sorry, lads, but you will be trudging back and forth until this miscreant is caught and punished. Come morning I will have the constables looking for Henderson, my lord. Martin promised, his ruddy countenance grim. Good. I will talk to them myself. Now the stallions will have to be taken to the old estate buildings as well. I cannot risk them. Have there been any problems in the stallions building? The grooms glanced at one another, shaking their heads. Not that we heard, my lord. Gerald replied. I will check there next. I promise you all extra pay for the extra work to keep my horses safe. But if Henderson is gone, my lord? Gerald asked. Why the precautions? Precautions because who knows in what feed he put the poison. No feed we have right now is to be taken to the old estate. Martin, you order fresh feed from the merchant, throw out all the old. The pastures will be safe enough, I expect, as is the former structures before this estate was built. My lord, we will need nursing mares to milk from, Martin pointed out. Might we take a few of them to the old estate as well? Of course, yes. Take the more docile ones you know will not kick your head off when you milk her. Anything I might have missed? Will these old lasses be safe in the pastures, my lord? Asked a young groom. What if someone tries to shoot them? You lads will take turns watching over all the herds, that is why. But the fields offer no cover to shoot from. And a horse murderer would be hard put to get close enough without being seen. Anything else? Why would Henderson want to hurt our lasses, my lord? They never hurt no one. They be innocent. Reggie nodded grimly. They are innocent, you are right. And I intend to find out. And whoever is behind this will answer to me. That I promise you. Leaving the grooms to begin removing the mares and foals to the pastures and Martin to oversee them, Reggie strode to the stallions building next. Alerted to trouble, the grooms attending the 10 valuable breeding studs stood anxiously by, bowing as he entered. Glancing first at the equine heads hanging over stall doors inquiringly, he felt sweet relief surge through him. Has there been any horses sick in here? He asked the grooms. They glanced at one another. No, my lord. All is quiet. Excellent. Now we have to move these lads to the old estate buildings right now. Someone is maliciously poisoning my animals. And they need to be protected. I will come along. George, be so good as to saddle Conquistador for me. In less than an hour, he rode the huge black and white piebald stallion across the fields through the darkness. With a lantern in his hand, he led the long line of grooms leading the other stallions, with others handling the crying babies. Behind came a few nursing mares, their foals bouncing happily at their sides. His stables emptied, Reggie breathed easier. Now try to slaughter my horses, he muttered grimly. The old estate structures, abandoned more than 100 years ago, were made of stone and still relatively intact. Reggie had kept them in good order as he had planned to use them in the future in expanding his breeding business. Now they would serve to keep his prized animals safe from attack. Dismounting, he strode up to Martin, busy directing the grooms into housing the stallions and mares separately. He bowed low as Reggie stepped to his side, Conquistador at his shoulder. Who is doing this, my lord? He asked. Why? I honestly do not know. Reggie admitted, caressing the stallion's nose. Do you think Henderson would be foolish enough to remain in the area? Frowning, Martin shook his head. He does have family in the village, so he might. Or he might flee, then return when he thinks no one is searching for him. Come the morning, I will speak to the constables. Reggie informed him, watching the grooms settle the horses into their temporary home. I will also offer a reward for Henderson's capture. That might motivate people to turn him over to the authorities. And if he had nothing to do with this? Then we keeping looking for whoever was responsible, and why. Chapter 13. Daughter. Amalia woke from a light doze instantly and found her father staring at her from his pillow. Father. The hour was past midnight, and Amalia had fallen asleep in the chair beside the bed. Grateful she had, for had she been in her own rooms, she might have missed his awakening. Edwina slept on a sofa nearby, unable to remain awake. His smile for her appeared weak, but it was nonetheless there and real, and he was still alive. May I have water? He muttered, his tone husky. Of course. She rushed to the sideboard to pour from a pitcher into a glass and called for Mr. Hill. He is awake. Amalia held the glass to his lips, and relief swept through her like a gale-force wind. No more getting out of bed for you, father, she informed him. This time, you stay in bed until you are completely well and recovered. The Duke finished the glass and leaned back with a sigh. You believe that my getting out of bed too soon is making me relapse? Yes, Amalia replied. I believe that as well, Your Grace. Mr. Hill bowed, then entered the room. You must retain all your strength until you fight this persistent disease off. You must eat even if you do not feel hungry, drink all the liquids you can in addition to my herbal remedies. I expect that between you both, I have little choice. Amalia brushed her fingers over his brow. You do not. And if I must, I will call in footmen to enforce your bed rest. They obey me, daughter, not you. But the Duke smiled. I will stay abed until I am fully healed. Good. Now, please, drink this tea and eat a little. I will watch over you. And in order to ensure the purity of what you eat and drink, Mr. Hill stated firmly, you will partake of only what I prepare myself. Heaven alone knows what you might partake of in ignorance. Amalia stared at him. Disease is spread through food and water? Oh, very much so. Contaminated water. The little man shuddered. I was in India for a time, studying. The diseases that spread through there, you cannot imagine. But why are the rest of us not ill? She asked, confused. Many reasons, my lady. A natural immunity, for instance. In India, some people took ill and died while others did not, yet all drank the same water. Take the Black Plague in our own history. Most died, yet others never got sick at all. That still makes little sense. Amalia protested. We should still see others in the household ill as well. I am suspecting that His Grace ate or drank something contaminated. And we are still seeing the effects until it is washed from his person. Perhaps that is it. Amalia turned back to her father. Now, you will heed Mr. Hill? He is your best hope of recovering. And no more adventures at the supper table. His eyes widened. And miss your theatrics while angering Lord Eastcairn. Yes, those as well. Amalia replied with a laugh. Right now, you need all the rest you can get. I will obey you, daughter. Is Reginald still here and hosting in my place? He was forced to leave on an emergency. She answered, brushing his hair from his brow. He should return soon. And Lord Eastcairn, is he still angry? He, too, left yesterday, father. Patrick did not know why. Perhaps that is best for now. I am feeling tired and wish to go back to sleep. Then I will see you in the morning. Leaving his side, Amalia watched for a moment as Mr. Hill encouraged her father to eat some fresh bread and drink his tea remedy. Then gently woke Edwina. With her maid yawning behind her, she left her father's rooms and returned to her own. Edwina helped her to undress and garb herself in her nightgown. Then Amalia crawled wearily into her bed. To her dismay, Eastcairn had returned to the house, and he and Patrick both appeared at breakfast. His anger apparently dissipated, Eastcairn bowed over her hand and kissed it lightly. His winning smile informing her that he fully intended to court her. Pulling her fingers from his, Amalia took her seat with Edwina standing behind as her chaperone. I apologize for my absence yesterday, Amalia. Eastcairn said easily, taking his own seat at the head of the table as though he owned the house. I had business to attend to. Patrick slid into his own seat, and Amalia observed his uneasy glances between them. Knowing full well Eastcairn baited her with his use of her first name and taking her father's place at the table, she swallowed her anger and refused to let him see it. I am certain you have much to do here in the city, she replied, her tone frosty. Yes, indeed. One can never have too much wealth, you know. He chuckled. How is your father? The same. I am quite certain he will recover soon. Eastcairn said expansively. Might I be permitted to pay a call on him this morning? I fear I must refuse, my lord. Amalia stated firmly. He is far too weak, and visitors will only exhaust him. His physician has also forbidden this. Please, Amalia, call me Freddie. Sipping her tea, Amalia did not reply. I had hoped he was well enough to receive my preliminary reports, Patrick commented. Please submit them to Mr. Bannock, Patrick. Amalia informed him. And I will meet with him later this afternoon. A woman has no place in a man's business world, Amalia. Eastcairn scolded with a grin. After we are wed, I will expect you to understand and respect this. Until such time as that event occurs. Amalia kept her voice level with an effort. I will continue to oversee my father's business affairs in his absence. Ah, so you are finally coming to terms with my proposals, he said. Most excellent. You misconstrue my words, my lord. But I will not bandy them with you this morning. I will not be forced against my will into any marriage. With you or any man. Amalia. Patrick made a pleading gesture with his hands. You must consider marrying Freddie. When his grace passes, you will be left with no protector. Think of your future. Scowling, unable to believe her ears, Amalia snapped. My father is still very much alive, cousin. And I will not tolerate you presuming he will not recover. I am sorry, he said abashedly. I meant no offense. But if his grace has been so sick, you must keep in mind that he may not regain his health. Do you really want the Prince Regent picking your husband? He may even command you to marry Freddie, as he is the most eligible bachelor to receive your hand. There are other equally suitable candidates, Patrick. Amalia retorted hotly. The Marquess of Lyonhall, for instance. Patrick and Eastcairn exchanged a glance. But he does not love you, Amalia. Eastcairn said gently. I, however, do. Yes, so I have been informed. Amalia replied. I find it interesting how quickly you fell in love with me while I do not return your feelings. Eastcairn sat back in his chair. I believe you will, Amalia, in due time. Is that so? It is. See, Amalia? Patrick added with a happy smile. You have in Freddie here a loving husband whom the Prince Regent would appoint as your husband once your father dies. Until such time as my father passes. Amalia snarled. And that is a very firm until he does. I will not be pressured into a marriage contract. Eastcairn lifted his teacup and eyed Amalia over its brim. Must I plead my case with my good friend Prinny, Amalia? I would certainly hate to trouble him over such a small matter, nor would you dare disobey the crown. Choking on her fury, Amalia glared at Eastcairn. If that is a challenge, my lord, then I accept it. For, I am familiar with the law. A woman may not be forced to marry against her will. Even Prinny knows that. Anger sparking in his blue eyes, Eastcairn set his teacup down. He still can command your obedience, Amalia. If such time as the Prince Regent takes an interest in my affairs, I will plead my case with him. Now if you gentlemen will excuse me, I seem to have quite lost my appetite. Rising, Amalia offered Eastcairn an insultingly short curtsy. Then stormed from the dining room, Edwina shadowing her. Fuming and her blood running with hot fury, she strode up the steps to her father's chambers. Still unable to believe the man's audacity. How dare he? She muttered, her rage unabated. Throwing the threat of the Prince Regent in my face. He may very well try, my lady. Edwina told her. You must be prepared if he does. I will be. However, I do have the church law on my side. And since father is still alive, His Royal Highness may decline to meddle. Father does have a voice at court. That is very true. But why is he putting such intense pressure on you? I find that extremely odd. Amalia hesitated at the top of the stairs and swung toward Edwina, meeting her eyes. It is odd, very much so. I should think a man who is truly interested in a loving relationship would not behave so. He may change tactics. Edwina grinned. By the way, I did enjoy the verbal sword fight. Amalia groaned, continuing on up the stairs. Who won? I believe you did by getting in not just the last word, but also that very sarcastic curtsy. You drew blood with that one. He infuriates me so. And me as well. Had I a real blade in my hand, he would be minus his head right now. Her rage sinking under her laughter, Amalia replied. I do love you, Ed. And are you, my lady? Yes, my lord. Constable Grey said. I am familiar with John Henderson. Though I cannot believe he would harm your horses. He comes from a decent, hard-working family. Even good people might succumb to greed if offered enough money to kill a few horses. Reggie replied. After all, it is not like murdering a person. True enough. I will seek him out and ask him a few questions. I appreciate it, Mr. Grey. Thank you. After the constable bowed and left, Reggie sat in his study, absently drumming his fingers on his desk. And mentally tallied who might hate him enough to want to kill his horses. No man is without a few enemies here and there. He considered his nearest neighbor in Surrey with whom he had had a minor spat over a small parcel of land the previous year. In his mind, Reggie dismissed him as a suspect. For they ended the squabble amicably and had shaken hands. How does one kill a horse that quickly? He amused, thinking that perhaps by tracing the poison used, he might find the culprit. Summoning a footman, he said. Go to the village and bring back the apothecary. Right away, my lord. While he waited, Reggie left his study and the house, striding out to the empty stables. Uncertain of what exactly he looked for. He closely examined the dead mares, wondering how the poison, if indeed it was a poison, might have been administered to only a few and not all of the horses. Kicking absently at the straw in one of the stalls, he discovered pieces of apple near the mare's head. Interesting. As he forbade the practice of the grooms giving the horses treats such as apples or carrots, Reggie had no doubt this was how Henderson poisoned the 6 mares. Hollow out the core, and stuff it full of the means to kill them. Not all the mares' stalls contained remnants of apples, but 2 others did. Standing, he walked out of the stable and found Martin approaching him. Is everything well? He asked. Martin bowed. Yes, my lord, the horses have settled in just fine. I think I know how they were poisoned. Reggie told him, showing him the small bit of apple he found. Martin scowled, gazing at it. I will kill that bastard myself. You will have to wait in line. I have sent for the local apothecary to find out what exactly might have been used. Then I will see if I can trace it back to whoever might have paid Henderson to kill my horses. Excellent idea. It would have to be given in a huge dose to kill one, and if the mare tasted it, might have spit it out. Hence, the apple. Hollow out the core, fill it in with poison, and a greedy mare might have it eaten before she truly tasted what was in it. By then, it would be too late. Damn clever, my lord. We are very lucky you found that apple. How are the foals? Martin grinned. 2 mares adopted 2 of the orphans, and the others are doing well. Excellent news, my friend. Reggie replied, matching his grin. Mares do not very often adopt others' babies. How well I know that. I have workmen coming with big draft horses to get the corpses out of the stalls. Bury them with honor, Martin. I certainly will, my lord. An hour or so later, Reggie watched with anger and bitterness as the dead mares were dragged from the stable building. He turned from the dreadful sight when the footman he had sent to the village arrived with the apothecary. He accepted the man's bow with a quick nod. Thank you for coming, Reggie said. What can kill a horse within minutes of ingesting it? The man glanced from Reggie to the dead mares, his eyes widening in horror. My lord, surely no one. Someone did. Do you know of such a poison? I can think of only one, hemlock. It would paralyze the body and shut the lungs down shortly afterward. Closing his eyes, Reggie controlled his rage with an effort. When he could speak evenly, he opened them and asked, I must ask if you have sold any hemlock lately. Of course not, my lord. The man stared at the bodies, biting his lower lip. I do not even sell it. And had I received an order for such huge amounts, enough to kill horses that is, I would have asked a number of questions. Are there suppliers of hemlock? I am certain there are, primarily in London. I do not know of any villages who might sell it. It has no redeeming or healthy attributes, so most honorable apothecaries would not keep any on hand. Thank you for your assistance. Reggie handed him a few coins. If you do happen to discover someone selling hemlock in great quantities, I want you to inform me immediately. The apothecary bowed. I will, my lord. After the man departed, Reggie watched as his beautiful mares were buried, his heart burning with rage. You will pay for this, he growled. Whoever you are. Chapter 14. Freddie, you are pushing her too hard. Patrick stood in his small office, not quite daring to sit in his friend's presence. Freddie paced the tiny chamber, his expression tight with anger. And he threw lightning glances of his rage at Patrick. You said she would be amenable to my suit. Freddie snapped. Why is she not? I do not know. I am not understanding her at all. Truly, I expected her to be delighted upon meeting you. Obviously, she is not. And it is your responsibility to turn her defiance around. Patrick gaped. Mine? Yes. Yours. She is your cousin. You will get a marriage contract from her, Patrick. But how am I to do that? If you were to be less demanding and threatening, she might become less angry and defensive. Do not make this out to be my fault when it is yours. You promised me your cousin would betroth herself to me because the Duke was ill. Now she is turning his illness into a reason she refuses my suit. If you have not noticed, Patrick replied, his tone sulky, Amalia has a mind and will of her own. And with the Duke backing her up and not putting more pressure on her to marry, she can refuse all she wants. Freddie spun on him and set his fists on the desk, leaning forward, menace evident in his eyes. Then you will persuade the Duke to revoke his blessing and get him to tell Amalia she is to marry me. I cannot get into his sick room, Freddie. His Grace himself gave orders to his valet that only Amalia and his physician are allowed in. He is weak, and weak men are susceptible to persuasion. Get in there and talk him into signing a marriage contract. Patrick sighed. I will try. You will not try. You will accomplish it. Today. Nodding, Patrick said with a sigh. I will go up there on the pretext of needing to talk to him about the business. Good. Once we have the contract signed by the Duke, my marriage to Amalia will take place immediately. Freddie, she still must consent to it. Freddie snorted, pacing again. Once the Duke agrees, she will have no choice. Her consent is hardly necessary. I do not believe that to be true. Patrick remained silent, however, realizing that Freddie was in no mood to be reasoned with. This has not turned out the way we planned it to happen. Not at all. He collected some reports from the top of his desk, including the marriage contract, all the while eyeing Freddie sidelong. I will go up now. Yes. I will wait for you here, Patrick. I trust this house has a chaplain. A chapel, yes, but a resident chaplain no. Then once the contract is signed, you will go fetch the nearest vicar and bring him here to marry Amalia to me. Unhappy, Patrick nodded. Very well, Freddie. Leaving his office, Patrick slowly mounted the stairs, wondering how he would be able to talk his way past the Duke's manservant. He had tried to see his uncle earlier in the day and had been repulsed. The valet politely but firmly informed him the Duke was quite ill and wished for no visitors. Once again, his uncle's valet opened the door and saw him standing there. I am sorry, Mr. Miller. Rudely, Patrick pushed past him. I must see my uncle. Ignoring the man's angry protests, Patrick strode into the Duke's bedchamber, the excuses for his behavior ready on his lips. He faltered, however, upon seeing Amalia there, as well as Mr. Hill, Amalia's personal maid, and a stranger. Thin, his flesh pale from his illness, the Duke's eyes were still bright and very aware and narrowed upon seeing him. Patrick hastily bowed. "Your Grace," he began. The valet entered the chamber behind him. "I apologize, Your Grace." He refused to stop. "I do believe I gave orders I was not to be disturbed, Patrick," the Duke stated. "I am sorry, Uncle. I needed to see you. It is quite urgent. May I speak with you alone?" "No, you may not. What is this urgent matter you speak of?" "I need your signatures on some documents in order to proceed," Patrick said, his gut churning with anxiety. "Mr. Bannock has the authority to sign on all documents in my name." "Not this one, Uncle." Striding to the bed, his mouth dry, Patrick hoped the Duke would not read what he was signing, and half-covered the marriage contract with another that authorized Patrick to begin importing wine from a French winery. The room was not well lit, and the drapes covered the windows, no doubt enabling His Grace to sleep easier in daylight. The Duke examined the papers Patrick held, then lifted the top one to read the marriage contract. When his eyes lifted to Patrick's, Patrick gulped, and sweat trickled down his ribs. "What is this?" His Grace asked softly. "Uncle, please, Amalia must be married, in case you do not recover. It is for her own protection." In a stride, Amalia plucked the paper from her father's hand and scanned it. "How dare you?" she gritted, ripping the contract into pieces. "Eastcairn put you up to this, did he not?" "No, I was thinking of your welfare, cousin, truly I was. He is in love with you. And I know you will love him in return. Get out." Patrick stared at the anger in the Duke's eyes. "Uncle, I will not tolerate being tricked into signing anything, nephew. I informed Eastcairn that my daughter is not to be pressured at this time. And yet you both connive to obtain my signature on a contract of marriage. For this insult, the Earl will leave my house immediately, and you, nephew, will not enter my rooms again without my express permission. Am I understood?" "Yes, Uncle." "Leave this instant." Patrick bowed, and without meeting Amalia's eyes, turned on his heel and left the bedchamber. He unwillingly thought of what Freddie's response will be upon learning that he has not just failed to obtain the Duke's signature. He was now evicted from the Duke's house. Passing a tray on a table that contained what appeared to be herbal remedies and teas, Patrick picked one up to examine it, then replaced it. Leaving the Duke's array of rooms, Patrick hoped Freddie would not be too angry with him. The following morning, Reggie left his Surrey estate to return to London, riding at a comfortable pace that he and his horse could manage easily. His thoughts alternated between Amalia and the person who wished him ill enough to murder 6 of his horses. "Who the hell are you?" he muttered. "Why did you do this?" He received no answers. After traveling perhaps 5 miles, Reggie stopped to rest and water his horse at a roadside well, letting the animal graze on the grass. He munched dried rations from his saddlebags, looking out over the quiet landscape. Watching a herd of cattle in the distance, he caught movement on the road from the corner of his eye. Turning his head, he observed 3 mounted men heading toward him on the road from the London direction. As this was the Royal Highway, he would expect to see other travelers like himself. He watched them anyway, curious, as the common folk would be walking, and most nobles would ride in carriages. Affluent merchants might ride, yet they liked to display their wealth by choosing to travel in carriages. The thought of robbers crossed his mind, and he dismissed that notion quickly. Crime on the highways of the realm was rare. The hairs on his arms and the back of his neck stood up. These men were clad in decent enough clothes yet were clearly not of the nobility. Their mounts were not of high quality and owned shaggy coats with feathers on their pastures, informing Reggie that they had draft horses in their ancestry. He stood up and lifted his horse's head from the grass. "Ho, there, my lord," called the man in the lead. "We appear to be lost. Are we on the road to Chichester?"
"No, I fear you are not."
Reggie swung into his saddle the instant the man in the lead yanked a pistol from under his coat. He ducked and kicked his horse forward at the same time. The ball missed, but the other two also pulled weapons and pointed them at him. His heel in his gelding's ribs forced the horse to lunge sideways. Yet he was not quite fast enough. The ball struck him in the left shoulder and almost knocked him from the saddle. Fire burned through his arm, shoulder and back, spreading in red-hot agony. Wheeling his horse, Reggie kicked hard, forcing his beast into a headlong gallop across the fields. Though the men were now out of ammunition, that did not mean he was safe. He heard their yells of "Get him and we cannot let him escape" from behind and bent low over his mount's withers. A low stone wall that divided one pasture from another loomed ahead, and he squeezed his legs. His horse soared over the wall as easily as he might leap a stick on the ground, racing on. A swift glance behind him showed Reggie his assailants had also navigated the wall safely and still pursued him. Needing to be back on the road and riding to help in safety, Reggie angled his mount to the left. Scattering a flock of sheep, he leapt yet another wall and risked another glance behind. They were still there, and he shut his teeth grimly. "You won many a race for me, old chap," he told his horse. "I need you to win this one for me, too." Striking the highway again, he urged his mount to a faster pace, bending low over the gelding's blowing mane. The wind of his passing whipped tears into his eyes, and he quickly blinked them away. He realized he bled freely into his shirt, waistcoat and coat, and caught a glimpse of red sneaking from his left hand onto his leather reins. Another glance over his shoulder made him laugh. Their slower mounts were no match for the horse he himself had bred for speed. The thugs had reined in, watching him gallop down the road and far away from their murdering hands. Only when they had passed out of sight did Reggie slow his horse to a walk. "I dare not blow him out. If they follow after, I need this lad as fresh as possible." Keeping a careful watch on his back trail, Reggie refused to stop and examine his own injury. Dropping his reins to the pommel, he lifted his coat away from his bleeding left shoulder even as his gelding continued to amble forward. Pulling his handkerchief from his pocket, Reggie pushed it over the wound under his shirt and waistcoat and pressed his right hand to it to slow the bleeding. Still keeping an eye on the road behind him, he picked up his reins in his left hand. Between his injury and the threat of the men behind him catching up, Reggie craved to push the horse once more into a gallop. "No," he muttered. "I kill this horse, and then I am dead as well." Maintaining a walk until the horse had cooled and his breathing even again, Reggie then nudged him into a trot. The gelding could maintain this pace for a few miles before needing to rest again, and despite the pain, he kept the horse going. Reggie knew there was a small village not far ahead. If he could get there, he might acquire the services of the local apothecary and receive the help he needed. No sooner had he sighted the village ahead of him than Reggie glanced over his shoulder to once again check his rear. The three riders galloped hard up the road toward him. "Damn it all," he muttered and kicked his horse into another dead run. Now concerned that he might bring danger to the villagers, Reggie warred with himself. Outrun them again or seek shelter and hope they would not try to extricate him from the local inn. A vision of the men holding their weapons to the head of a peasant child while demanding his surrender made his blood run cold. "You will have no reason to harm anyone if I do not stop," he muttered, then urged his horse to run at top speed. He thundered past the village and risked a glance behind. The trio did not stop either, which made him breathe easier, yet did not halt his fears. His mount was fast, yes, but theirs had the stamina, and the fact that they still chased him made that quite clear to him. "Maybe I can hide somewhere," Wait until they give up and go back to whatever hole they crawled from. Out of their sight for the time being, Reggie searched for anything that might conceal him from them. As the country was open and sprawling with pastures and tilled fields, there was nothing larger than a thicket that might conceal a horse and rider. Pondering the notion that he should leave the road and ride across the country, Reggie thought that might be exactly what he should do. London lay to the northeast of his location. But if he left the Royal Highway and rode east for a time, he could then strike to the north and still hit London. Reining to his right, Reggie cantered his horse across the pastures, leaping stone walls, and quickly put a line of low-lying hills between himself and his pursuers. Halting his lathered and exhausted mount, Reggie dismounted to tie the gelding to a thicket and climbed the nearest hill. Lying on his belly to not show himself against the skyline, he watched the distant road. Sure enough, within a short period of time, 3 riders cantered along it. They did not push their horses to their limits, and continued on, unaware that he had left the road. He watched them out of sight, then slithered back down the hill. Untying his horse, he walked, leading the beast along a very narrow lane between a field of oats and a pasture full of sheep. With the urgency of the chase leaving him, Reggie felt the pain of his wound grow in earnest. Though the day was scarcely hot, he sweated profusely and often tripped over nothing. He avoided a full-body fall by the narrowest of margins and took care where he put his feet. Despite his care, dizziness swamped him, making him think he had lost more blood than he thought. Growing weaker, he gazed around himself, hoping to see a farmhouse, a village or something that might hold people and the assistance he badly needed. Yet, he saw nothing. The sun, high overhead, burned down on him relentlessly, until he saw 3 of everything all swimming together in a very strange dance. Then he tripped over his own feet and went down hard. Rolling onto his back, he stared into the innocent blue sky until the dizziness overwhelmed him and drew him down into nothingness. Chapter 15. Amalia stared at the door Patrick vanished through. Of all the... she began, then choked her words off. Her father did not need to hear her vent her fears and frustrations. Gazing back at her father, she found his eyes closed. "Father? I'm just thinking, daughter," he replied without opening them. "I never thought my own nephew could stoop so low as to trick me like that." "And why, father? Why go to such lengths to get a marriage contract for his friend?" "I do not know." He drew a deep sigh. "Perhaps we will never know. East Cairn is gone from this house. All will be well now." "I hope so." Amalia glanced to Lord Bainbridge's physician. "I apologize, sir. Here you come to assist us and must witness a family fracas." Mr. Williams bowed with a smile. "No apologies needed, my lady. I had started to explain that the very day I was to come here, Lord Bainbridge himself took ill. I could not, in good conscience, leave him." "Quite understandable," the Duke said. "I sincerely appreciate whatever you might be able to do. Is Lord Bainbridge well?" "Indeed, yes, Your Grace, he has recovered fully. It was a simple malady brought on by too much imbibing in the wine bottles." The Duke chuckled. "I wish my problem was so easy to solve. What is your opinion, sir?" "I must examine you fully, ask you questions and consult with Mr. Hill before I can offer that, Your Grace. Though I thoroughly enjoy gazing at a beautiful woman such as your daughter, I think it best I not do so until she has left the rooms." Amalia laughed, her anger over Patrick subsiding. She stood and inclined her head. "Then my maid and I will depart, Mr. Williams. When might I return to visit my father?" "Please give me a few hours to complete my examination, my lady." "Thank you so much for coming, Mr. Williams. We will return later. And, if there is anything you need, please do not hesitate to ask." "You are most gracious, my lady." Right now, all I require is some privacy for my patient. With Edwina beside her, Amalia left her father's bedchamber and nodded to his valet, who bowed as she passed. In the hallway, the door shut behind them. Amalia stopped and gazed at Edwina. What was that all about? Were I to say what I think, my lady, I would blister your ears with my language. I am beginning to suspect Patrick has a stake in my marriage to Eastcairn. While I agree with you, my first question is how and why. That would be two questions, and those are mine as well. And neither of them make sense. Amalia began to walk down the corridor. Yes, I can see he would want me married to his friend. But to risk my father's enmity to do it? That makes no sense at all. No, it does not. Could his friend be using your cousin? Perhaps blackmailing him? Amalia stopped cold, staring at Edwina. Lord, have mercy, she whispered. That makes so much sense it frightens me. It frightens me, too. If Patrick has done something terrible, and Eastcairn is holding it over him, then you, your father, and your cousin are in grave danger. Eastcairn must have learned somehow that father is ill. Amalia surmised, walking again, Edwina at her side. He is friends with Patrick and knows he had done something. Get me your cousin's hand in marriage or I will inform the authorities. Are you following me? Like a hound on a scent. Now Patrick brings his friend into the household, where I am pressured to marry the Earl, even to the point where Patrick tries deception on my father. Once and when father gets well. If there is a contract or I am married, well, father will die eventually. And once that happens, Eastcairn is then the Duke of Thornhill. How could I have not seen it earlier? You did not have me beside you to assist. Amalia withered Edwina with a look. Edwina grinned. Very well, I helped once your cousin revealed his very shaky hand. But now that Eastcairn is out of the house, perhaps the pressure on Patrick will cease. Edwina hummed. You best not count on that, my lady. Eastcairn can still pressure your cousin even without being here. Without becoming disrespectful of your family, Patrick is still vulnerable, and may still try something sneaky. Amalia eyed her sidelong. Should I confront Patrick? Offer to help him? And if what he is involved in can harm your family name and reputation? Perhaps that is not the best idea you have had. He is my cousin, Ed. My blood. How can I not help him? He got himself into this mess without your help. I am certain he can get himself out of it the same way. Amalia wanted to curse. Not with evil Eastcairn holding it over his head. If I find out what it is, then perhaps I can help. And if he committed a heinous crime? Edwina eyed her sidelong. Do you want your family involved in that? It may already be involved. He is the Duke of Thornhill's nephew. If he did something that terrible, my family name might already be dragged through the mud. Here is my suggestion, my lady. Edwina said. Ask him what is going on, and what evil Eastcairn is holding over him. Go from there. But do not, blindly offer assistance you might regret later. Ed, how did you become so cynical? It is the nature of a London orphan, my lady. We are born that way. Amalia soon discovered, however, that Patrick was nowhere to be found. He did not appear in the dining room for luncheon, nor was he in the small office next to the Duke's steward. She knocked on the steward's door and was immediately invited to enter. Mr. Bannock rose at her entrance, as did his son, Stephen. Amalia hid her small smile at the lightning looks of mutual affection that passed between Edwina and Stephen. Both men bowed. What a wonderful surprise to see you, my lady, Mr. Bannock said. How is his grace? On the mend, Mr. Bannock. Amalia answered, thank God. Most excellent news. A short, stocky man of her father's age. Mr. Bannock's father had worked for her grandfather, the old Duke, and had learned his trade at his father's side. Amalia suspected that Stephen would have continued the tradition and become Marshal's steward had he lived to become the next Duke of Thornhill. She wondered if whomever she married would accept Stephen's service when his father passed on or retired. Reggie knows Stephen well and no doubt would. Then she chased that thought from her mind, as she still felt confusion over the words he used in his letter. "How may I be of service?" Mr. Bannock asked, smiling. "I was wondering if you had seen Patrick in the last several hours." Mr. Bannock glanced at Stephen. "No, my lady. In fact, he missed an appointment with me, and I am rather put out with him. Might I inquire why you are searching for him?" After hesitating a moment, Amalia decided to inform him of her suspicions. "Patrick tried to coerce my father into signing a marriage contract, my hand being given to the Earl of Eastcairn." The steward's light blue eyes widened in incredulity. "No." "Yes. Of course, we are wondering if perhaps Eastcairn is blackmailing Patrick somehow into procuring my hand for him. And I wished to ask him about it. Though I honestly cannot see what Patrick might have done to enable himself to be blackmailed." Mr. Bannock commented with a frown. "Such is not impossible. He did not appear at luncheon, and Perkins has not seen him anywhere about the house. Could he be in hiding from Eastcairn?" Stephen offered, glancing between Amalia and his father. "Perhaps the Earl is threatening him. My father ordered Eastcairn from the house." Amalia replied. "Patrick would be safe enough here." "Even so, my lady," Mr. Bannock reminded her. "An earl such as Eastcairn could continue his scheme of blackmail outside this house. Though I seriously doubt Patrick would be in danger of physical harm." "Why do you think that, Mr. Bannock?" He shrugged. "With Patrick dead, for instance, Eastcairn has no leverage against him to gain the marriage contract. If indeed this is what is happening. That is why I wanted to talk to him." Amalia replied with a nod, biting her lower lip. "Thank you for your time, Mr. Bannock, and if you speak with Patrick, please tell him I wish to talk to him." "I will, my lady." With Edwina beside her, Amalia crossed the house to the stairs. Could Patrick be running out of fear of Eastcairn? She asked as they climbed up. "It makes little sense, my lady," Edwina answered. "Your cousin should have sense enough to recognize that your father's power could protect him. Unless Eastcairn already harmed him." "Here in this house?" "Not with hundreds of servants as potential witnesses as well as yourself. But if Patrick left with Eastcairn, it is possible." "I will concede that point." The Duke's manservant bowed them through to her father's bedchamber, where Amalia found her father once again unconscious, and both physicians were frantically working to assess what was wrong with him. Fear crawled down her spine as she sat in her chair beside his bed. His flesh appeared drawn, his cheeks sunken, and his flesh held a deathly grey pallor. "What happened?" Amalia asked, touching his bony hand as it lay atop the bedsheets. "We are entirely baffled, my lady," Mr. Hill answered, peeling back the Duke's eyelids to examine his eyes, while Mr. Williams sat at a table perusing what Amalia thought might be a medical journal. "I am not finding anything that matches his symptoms," Mr. Williams stated, clearly frustrated. "I fear we must bleed him yet again." "He is too weak for that," Mr. Hill protested. "I am giving him treatments and food that should contain no contaminants. And yet he fell back into his illness as though he had been given a new dose of bad food or water." Tears burning her eyes, Amalia swallowed the thickness in her throat. "Please keep trying, gentlemen. I already lost my brother. I cannot lose my father, as well." Chapter 16. Waking through burning pain cascading from his shoulder, and voices murmuring nearby, Reggie blinked. his mouth as dry as though he had swallowed sand. He glanced around in an attempt to ascertain where he was. He remembered walking down a narrow path between fields, leading his horse, and that was all. He lay on a narrow bed in a room with walls built of stone. Solid oak beams crossed the ceiling to hold up the roof. The furniture, a table, chair, armoire, looked simply constructed yet attractive. Sheepskins lay across the floor, and he suspected from the softness that he lay upon others. "He be awake," said one of the voices. Turning his head, Reggie observed a wizened woman with grey hair tied into a bun limping toward him. She was tiny, perhaps half his size, with a deeply wrinkled face and bright brown eyes. "Me lad." She bobbed in a tiny curtsy, then rested her bony hand on his brow. "Ye hae nae fever, but ye lost much bluid afore ye be found." Reggie licked his lips, glancing past her at the old man who stood several paces away. He bowed when their eyes met. "Where am I?" "In you home, me lad," the man answered. "I be tending me flocks when I found ye." "Might I have a little water?" "Aye." The tiny woman held a pewter cup of water to his lips, and Reggie ignored the flaring pain as he lifted his head to drink from it. The water soothed his dry throat and helped clear his fuzzy head. He relaxed and rested his head back on the pillow. "Thank you. I be Maddie McAllister," the old woman said. "This be me husband, Dougal. I am Reginald Davidson, the Marquess of Lyonhall. We ken ye be a high blood, me lad." Mr. McAllister replied with an inclination of his head. "I dug the ball from your shoulder while ye be sleepin' and stitched your wound," Mrs. McAllister told him, her warm smile empty of any teeth. "Ye be fine in a few days." Remembering the men who tried to kill him, Reggie shook his head. "I must return to London right away." "Who shot ye, me lad?" Mr. McAllister asked. "3 villains attacked me on the road," Reggie replied, rubbing at his sore shoulder and wincing. "They chased me, and I thought to lose them by crossing your fields. Then I passed out. Ye succeeded then, as they nae followed ye here." "Good. I must leave your care, however, and return to London. Someone I care deeply about may also be in danger." "Your clothes be washed," Mrs. McAllister informed him. "But they nae be fit to wear. And ye be weak yet. How far is London from here?" "Aboot 10 miles, me lad." "And my horse?" "Fed and watered, though still weary from your hard gallop." Reggie nodded, feeling as weak as the old woman said. But his gut told him he needed to return to London as soon as possible. He had no idea who might have wanted him dead, and knew his best chance of finding out might be Magistrate Healy and a London investigator. "I am indeed still weak, Mrs. McAllister. However, whoever wants me dead is still out there, and may seek to harm others I care for. If I might impose on you for some food, I will repay your kindness upon my return to the city." "If ye be insisting upon leaving, me lad," Mr. McAllister said with a sigh, "I will saddle your beast." "Thank you." The old man turned and shuffled from the room, and Mrs. McAllister rose from the stool. "I will fetch your clothes and food, then." Thus, fed and dressed, Reggie stiffly and painfully mounted his horse. Then reached down to clasp the old man's hand. "I will not forget your care of me, Mr. McAllister," he said. "Nor that of your wife. Go with God, me lad." Riding at a careful walk, Reggie suspected it would take him a few hours to ride to London, and the sun would soon go down. Navigating his way back to the road, he kept a sharp watch for his pursuers, yet saw no sign of them. Suspecting they had given up the chase, he reached London shortly after dark. Not wanting to alarm Amalia by showing up at her father's house in his condition, he walked wearily into his own home. "My lord Grogan," his butler exclaimed. What happened? Waylaid by villains, he replied, gazing at his staircase and wondering if he had the strength to climb them to his chambers. I took a ball in my shoulder. I will send for a physician immediately. No. My wound has been cared for. In the morning, send a footman with 10 guineas to the farm of Mr. Dougal McAllister. It lies about 10 miles southwest of London.
Yes, I will see to it.
However, you need care, my lord. Reggie offered him a lopsided grin.
I may need some assistance up the stairs.
With his healthy right arm over his butler's shoulder, Reggie made his way slowly up them to his chambers. Once inside, he sank to the edge of his bed and permitted his valet to help him undress. Grogan bent to examine his left shoulder, frowning. It would appear that whoever cared for your wound was capable, he commented. Are you certain I should not call for a physician? I just need food and rest, Reggie replied with a small smile. Perhaps a small dose of laudanum. I will have a servant bring you all that, my lord. Grogan bowed and turned to leave. Wait. In the morning, I also need you to send for a certain magistrate. His name is Randolph Healy. Ask him to bring with him his best investigator. Grogan nodded. To find the villains who tried to kill you? That, and to find the answers to a few other questions. Very good, my lord. I will have food and laudanum brought to you. Thank you. In spite of the pain remedy, Reggie's shoulder throbbed and burned all night, making him toss on his bed as he fought to sleep. He finally managed it a few hours before dawn and slept until nearly 10 in the morning. Though his pain level had not receded by much, he still felt stronger for having rested. After washing and dressing, he went down the stairs to find Magistrate Healy already awaiting him with a young man at his side. Both bowed as Reggie approached to welcome them and shake hands. This is Andrew Crowley, my lord, Mr. Healy said, indicating the man with him. Do not let his youth fool you. He is one of the city's best investigators. Mr. Healy is very complimentary, Mr. Crowley said, his tone modest. He was possibly the same age as Reggie. With a mop of curly red hair, intelligent green eyes, his grin infectious enough that Reggie returned it quickly. I do my best, however. Thank you both for coming, Reggie replied. Have you breakfasted? Yes, we have, Mr. Crowley replied with a grin. But if that is an invitation, then I gladly accept. It is. I am in dire need of your help, Mr. Crowley, as well as yours, Mr. Healy. Come, I will explain as we dine. As Grogan signaled the meal to be served, Reggie began. As you know, Mr. Healy, someone has tried to kill me. Yes, indeed. Did the villain try again? Yesterday, while returning from my estate in Surrey, 3 men attacked me. I was shot. Reggie indicated his left shoulder as the 2 men gaped in disbelief. Can you identify them, my lord? Mr. Crowley asked. Once we catch them? I believe I can. I will need you to find out several things for me, Mr. Crowley. Can you find out if anyone in London has sold huge amounts of hemlock recently, and if so to whom? Mr. Crowley exchanged a long glance with Mr. Healy. Hemlock? I was called to my stud farm as 6 of my brood mares were killed, and I believe the deed was accomplished by feeding them apples heavily laced with hemlock. Dear God. Mr. Healy stared, his filled fork hanging in midair from his fingers. And you think whoever killed your horses is behind these attempts to kill you? Very much so. Mr. Crowley nodded. I will begin immediately. I would also like you to find out as much as you can regarding Frederick Watson, the Earl of East Cairn. Reggie went on, eating his breakfast with voracious hunger. While I am not accusing him of anything, I am unwilling to discount him, either. His behavior seems strange to me, and since his arrival in London, these mysterious events started. Is there anything at all you can add about him or these villains, my lord?
Mr. Crowley asked. What they wore, their horses, possible motives for wanting you dead or your horses dead.
As far as motives, no.
Reggie answered.
I have thought and discounted any potential enemies for striking at me or my mares. The men yesterday were common workmen and rode even more common horses. However, workmen cannot afford horses, so where did they acquire mounts?
How did they know to find you on the road?
Reggie shrugged, wincing. Unless I have a spy in my household, they had to have known I would be returning to London sooner or later. If the person who killed my horses is also trying to kill me, he knew I would go to Surrey, then back.
That makes sense.
Mr. Healy nodded.
And you,
of course,
would take the road in between. Exactly. All they had to do was wait.
The hemlock is the best lead, my lord.
Mr. Crowley said, chewing thoughtfully.
It is unlikely that whoever is behind this would suspect you would find out how your mares were killed. It was by sheer luck I found pieces of apple. And no, my grooms are forbidden to feed my horses anything save their proper feed. Thus, the apples were not there innocently. I do not think there are very many growers or suppliers of hemlock in London.
Mr. Crowley added. I will begin my search by contacting those who sell to apothecaries and physicians.
My thoughts exactly, Reggie said with a small grin. I am also familiar with the places whereby one might find villains for hire. Is there anything distinctive about the men who attacked you yesterday? Staring to the side, chewing his food, Reggie pondered. The man who spoke to me had a crooked nose and reddish-brown hair, hazel eyes. Other than that, they were all extraordinary in their ordinariness. Mr. Crowley nodded. These types of men tend to run in packs, my lord. Many are ex-soldiers without any means of honest labor and hire themselves out as bully boys or murderers. I will make inquiries of a group of 3 without any distinguishing characteristics. That sounds extremely difficult. There are not as many bands like this as you would think. Most criminals in London are loners and prey upon the poor working classes. It sounds as though Mr. Healy brought me the right man for the job. To sort a ride, Reggie elected to travel the short distance to the Thornhill residence in a carriage. And even then, the rocking motion as the wheels bumped over the cobbles made his shoulder throb alarmingly. Feeling slightly nauseated, he suspected he should have remained at home and rested. But knew he needed to see Amalia and find out how the Duke fared. His stomach took another nasty turn when he was shown to the Duke's private chambers upon his arrival. His Grace's valet opened the door at his knock. His Grace has requested no visitors, my lord, but I will inquire. Fearing the worst, Reggie waited, hoping the Duke and Amalia would want to see him. Sure enough, the valet bowed him through to the Duke's bedchamber where Amalia sat beside the Duke's bed. Reggie! She exclaimed, rising to hurry to him. Thank God you are here. Reggie glanced from her drawn face and pale pallor to the silent Duke and not 1 but 2 physicians. Her personal maid sewed while seated in a corner and eyed him from time to time. What happened? Amalia stared deeply into his face. What happened to you? I can see you are in pain. Smiling, he replied. You know me too well. I will tell you, but first, tell me about your father. Needing to sit, Reggie took a chair near the bed as Amalia explained about how the Duke seemed to be recovering. Patrick's attempt to conceal the marriage contract and subsequent disappearance. She glanced at the unconscious Duke. Shortly after, my father took ill again. He has not woken since. Reggie scowled. The feeling that he was missing something important returned to him. Yet he still could not place in his mind as to what it was. Like an eel, it slipped away from him before he could grasp it. And what do his physicians think? They have no idea and have tried every cure for every malady they could think of. Amalia held her father's hand, and Reggie observed the tears in her eyes. But they did not fall. "I am losing him, Reggie. Little by little, he is dying." Despite his inner agreement, Reggie firmly shook his head. "No, Amalia, do not give up. We will find what is going on with him and fix it. He will be fine." She rubbed her face with both hands, then aimed a tiny smile at him. "Now, it is your turn. What made you dash off like that? And how did you get hurt?" Wishing he could hold her in his arms again, wanting to tell her of how much he loved her, Reggie glanced at the physicians as they both conferred in soft voices over a book on the table. "I was attacked again. On my return from my estate in Surrey," he said, wishing he did not have to burden her with yet another worry. "I got shot in the left shoulder." "Reggie, no." Amalia held her fingers to her lips, her golden eyes wide, incredulous. "Who on earth is trying to kill you?" "I have hired a city investigator to find that out," Reggie replied, gazing at the Duke's face. "I was baited into going out, I am starting to think, by someone killing 6 of my horses at my stud farm." "Your horses?" "That is why I had to leave so suddenly. And I discovered that someone poisoned them by putting hemlock in apples." Amalia opened her mouth to answer but was interrupted by the sudden scraping of chairs from the table. Reggie glanced up to find Mr. Hill and the other physician crossing the room toward them and staring at him, their mouths open. "My lord?" the stranger asked. "Please repeat what you just said." "My horses were poisoned." The two men stared at one another. "Oh, my God," Mr. Hill murmured. "How could we have missed it?" snapped the other. "It was in front of us the entire time." "What was?" Reggie began, then understanding flooded through him. He felt the blood drain from his face. "Lord, no. Are you all saying my father was poisoned?" Amalia asked, her face ashen. "Who? How?" "Forgive me, I must fetch my book on poisons," Mr. Hill said, his tone frantic. "By your leave." After a hasty bow, he dashed from the chamber, and Reggie heard the distant door slam. "That makes perfect sense," he growled, rising despite his pain to pace. "His Grace is ill for a while and rises to return to normal. Someone in the household, perhaps a servant, poisons him again. And he returns here. Once the poison decreases, he starts to recover," said the strange physician. "Until it is administered yet again." "I do not believe we have been introduced," Reggie said, extending his hand. "Reggie Davidson." "James Williams, my lord, personal physician to Lord Bainbridge." "Thank you for bringing your knowledge and assistance, Mr. Williams. I am feeling like such a fool right now. I should have seen this right away." Amalia also stood. "I think we should focus on who is doing this and getting him better, not repercussions. Can he be made well, Mr. Williams?" Mr. Williams gazed from her face to the Duke. "If it is not too late, my lady," he murmured. "Once we identify it, we can administer antidotes and see. That is all I can promise." Shifting her eyes to Reggie, Amalia said, her voice soft. "What will you wager that whoever is trying to kill you is also trying to kill my father?" Chapter 17. Reggie nodded slowly, his eyes on Amalia's. "That is not a wager I will accept." With her rage at the attempt to kill her father at war with her hopes that he might still be cured, Amalia resumed the pacing that Reggie halted. "Who could have done this, Reggie? Why are you and my father both targets? When I find out, he or she will wish they had never tried." She recognized the venom in his voice and looked closely into his face, observing the tightness of his own anger and his pain. "Reggie, you should sit down, I do not like how pale you are. Perhaps Mr. Williams will have a look at your injury."
I would be happy to do so, my lord. Reggie did sit but waved away the offer of help. Perhaps later, Mr. Williams. Right now, I feel we must focus on who and why.
Do you and His Grace share a common enemy?
Mr. Williams asked. That would be most logical. Reggie drew in a deep breath, winced, and rubbed his shoulder.
I went through my own list of enemies and came up with little.
I do not believe the Duke has any, at least none willing to kill. I did, however,
hire an investigator just this morning. He will start with suppliers of the hemlock I believe killed my horses.
Mr. Williams frowned, shaking his head. His Grace was not given hemlock.
If he had, he would have died almost right away.
However, poison is the common thread here.
Very true.
Mr. Hill returned with a small book, waving it over his head, and almost forgot to bow.
Perhaps now we can discover what ails His Grace and deliver an antidote.
My lord,
my lady. Mr. Williams bowed to them, and conferred once again with Mr. Hill.
Both of them bent over the book,
turning pages and murmuring to one another.
Amalia gazed at them for a few moments, then sat back down beside her father.
If he was poisoned by a servant?
She began slowly, holding the Duke's limp hand again.
Perhaps planted by this assassin, then how did the poison get up here into his rooms?
Reggie frowned, leaning forward. What do you mean?
Well, he started to improve when Mr. Hill refused to give him anything he himself had not prepared.
If we can trust Mr. Hill to not be our killer or the killer's agent, then the poison is here.
And in trying to cure him. Reggie snapped,
angry again.
He inadvertently gave it to the Duke.
Precisely.
And no one has been in here save the physicians, you, your maid, and His Grace's valet?
Patrick was.
Amalia admitted,
frowning.
When he tried to dupe father into signing the contract.
But he has no motive to kill father and did not bring anything for father to eat or drink. Something nagged at Amalia about what she just said. She could not place it, and it slithered from her grasp.
I have been wondering if East Cairn is using Patrick to gain either my or my father's consent for marriage.
Using? How so?
Blackmail.
Reggie's brows shot up. Oh, no. That never occurred to me. But now Patrick is missing.
Missing? For how long? He vanished right after he tried to fool father into signing the contract yesterday. East Cairn is gone as well, since father ordered him to leave for the insult offered in trying to force father to agree to a marriage.
Reggie sat back in his chair, rubbing his injured shoulder. I am beginning to see a pattern here, Amalia.
East Cairn shows up right after your father falls ill, pressuring you into marrying him.
If he is indeed putting pressure on Patrick, that would explain Patrick's attempt to coerce a signature from your father.
East Cairn may very well be the one behind all of this. Thinking, Amalia shunted her eyes away.
I can see him trying to murder father,
yes.
If he is married to me, he is the next duke. But why would he want you dead?
Or kill your mayors?
I am his biggest rival. She snapped her gaze back to him, astounded.
Rival?
For your hand. Rising,
Reggie strode toward her and dropped to his knee beside her chair. His bright blue eyes on hers, he smiled,
the expression more sad than warm. I have been such a coward, my sweet Amalia. I never found the courage to tell you how I feel.
A feeling of comfort and trust spread through her,
a heady rush that made her feel slightly guilty for feeling it.
Reggie? I love you, Amalia.
He murmured, his voice thick. I have since I was 12 years old. As she searched his eyes, seeing deep within them the love he held for her, her smile blossomed before she could stop it. You do? I do. Why have you never said so?
I mean,
well, I do not know what I mean. I should understand. He rested his hand lightly on hers where her maid could see it but not the physician's.
I never believed you could love me the same way. That you would forever regard me as Marshall's friend, and never a prospective husband. Glancing away, he whispered. That you would tell me no, it could never happen. That is so not true. When he met her gaze again, Amalia squeezed his fingers. While I have always loved you as a friend, I did harbor hopes that you loved me as more than that. I, too, feared rejection. I was afraid you only saw me as Marshall's sister and someone you wanted to protect, but hardly marry. Reggie chuckled. Alas, but what misery may have been halted had we just spoken sooner. True. Amalia giggled. But when the heart fears to hear that phrase, I can never love you the way you want. Well, I expect it's hard to speak up. Lifting her hand, Reggie kissed her knuckles, then rose. I feel as though a tremendous weight has been lifted from me. Me as well. Now if we can just find a cure for my father, all will be well. Seating himself again, Reggie glanced at the physician still murmuring over the table and the book. The Duke is a strong man. Now that we know he is being poisoned, we can take further precautions to prevent it from happening again. You mentioned that perhaps a servant poisoned my father. Amalia commented, following his gaze. Could Eastcairn have placed one of his own people, one willing to commit murder, in this house? Nothing easier, Reggie replied. There are hundreds of servants in Perkins, and I certainly am not belittling him, cannot keep track of them all. In their livery and wigs, all the footmen look alike. And I would believe this is the work of a footman as opposed to a kitchen or scullery maid. We can rule out the cleaning staff, and certainly, rule out Perkins himself. So how are we to find the culprit? I suggest we put Mr. Bannock and his son on the task, he said. Exclude from suspicion any servant who has worked here for years. Closely examine any who have been hired recently, and search for any who actually have not been formally hired. Amalia frowned in confusion. What do you mean? In a household this large? Reggie answered with a small grin. How easy is it for a man to slip inside, don a uniform and wig and begin work as a footman? But footmen are trained exhaustively. No workman from the street can behave the same way and know the duties. True. But that is not to say Eastcairn planted one of his own footmen in here. Ah, I see. At last, Mr. Hill and Mr. Williams approached the bed. We think we are onto something, Mr. Hill told them. We believe that if we infuse His Grace with plenty of water, wine, charcoal, and ginger root tea, we can flush the toxins from his blood and organs. While we do not know exactly what toxin was used, we feel these might be the best remedy. But what if the servant somehow planted the poison within your medicines? Amalia asked, half fearing her father might be made sick again, and this time be too weak to recover. I will discard everything I have and begin fresh, my lady, he answered. Nothing will be out of my sight from now on. Or mine, Mr. Williams added. I will depart right now to acquire the items we need straight from an apothecary and will draw the water myself. I am so very grateful to you both, Amalia told them with a smile. If there is anything else you need, please let either me or Lord Lyonhall know immediately. Both physicians bowed. The Duke is safe in our hands, Mr. Hill told her. As Mr. Williams hurried out, Reggie stood up. Perhaps we should speak to Mr. Bannock regarding our suspicions. Amalia eyed him with concern. Perhaps you should rest, Reggie. You do not look well at all. He does not, my lady, Mr. Hill commented, stepping closer to Reggie and gazing at his pallor with an appraising eye. My lord, permit me to take a look at you. Then you should lie down in one of the Duke's other rooms where I might keep a close watch on your recovery. Reggie glanced between the two of them, his lips quirked in a smile. I feel as though I am outnumbered. Very well. I cannot protect my lady love properly if I am too sick to do so. Amalia beckoned to Edwina. "We will leave you to some privacy, then, and pay a call on Mr. Bannock." Reggie tossed her a quick wink. "Then, I will see you after I have rested." "You certainly will." Keeping a tight rein on her sudden urge to throw her arms around his neck and kiss him, Amalia strode from her father's chambers with Edwina behind her. Closing the door that led into the hall, she grinned broadly at her friend. "He loves me," she all but crowed. "You knew it all along, did you not?" "Of course," Edwina replied as they strode down the hallway. "You had to discover it for yourself, however. It was not my place to point it out." "You could have." "I saw it in his face, my lady," Edwina told her, her own smile wide and happy. "That I did tell you many times." "I know you did." Amalia paused, thoughtful, gazing at Edwina. "I suppose you are right in that I needed to find out for myself. Just as it was important for Reggie to confess his feelings. Oh, Ed, I am so happy right now. I think I am going to float. Just do not trip going down the stairs. They are not conducive for floating." Amalia laughed. "With father truly getting well again, perhaps he will agree if Reggie asks him for my hand." "I do not see why he would refuse," Edwina replied as they continued walking. "The Marquess's bloodline is high enough, and once his grace knows how you both feel, he surely will say yes." "I do hope you are right. And, of course, if Reggie wants to marry me." Edwina scowled at her. "Now you are being ridiculous, my lady. The poor man just bared his soul to you. Nor is he drooling over your inheritance." "You are right," Amalia agreed with a small laugh. "Thank you for pointing that out. Someone has to. Naturally, you take that responsibility." Amalia sighed, happier than she has been in a long time. "Everything is going to be fine from now on, Ed. Just you see. It will all be perfect." Chapter 18. After sleeping for several hours, Reggie woke to a hungry stomach and word from the Duke's valet that he had a visitor waiting to see him. Yawning, he stretched as best he could without making his shoulder protest, and he asked, "Who is it?" "A Mr. Cowley, my lord." "I will see him, but downstairs." "Very good, my lord." The valet bowed and departed as Reggie rose, feeling better for having gotten some sleep. Though his wound still throbbed painfully, he felt that some of the burning sensations had departed. Washing some of the sleep from his face, he went to the Duke's bedchamber and hovered at the doorway. Both physicians bowed upon seeing him as Reggie glanced toward the Duke. "How is he?" he asked, taking a few steps inside. "We have gotten water and the remedies down him, my lord," Mr. Williams reported. "Though he has not yet awakened, his breathing seems easier and his pallor less pronounced." "Excellent news. I will have supper brought up to you both." "Thank you, that would be kind of you." Leaving the Duke's chambers, Reggie found Mr. Crowley hovering outside in the hallway. The investigator bowed, but Reggie forestalled him with his lifted hand before he opened his mouth. "I would rather we spoke in private, Mr. Crowley," he said. "I fear there may be a spy in the Duke's household." Mr. Crowley's brows rose, but he said nothing else as Reggie led him to a small guest room, and closed the door behind them. "Before you begin, Mr. Crowley," Reggie said, "what I am about to tell you must remain between you and me. However, you may inform Mr. Healy." "Of course, my lord, whatever you say will remain in the strictest confidence." Someone had been poisoning his grace. That is the source of his illness. Mr. Crowley's green eyes went round in shock. "Oh, no. Do you know by whom?" "Only a suspicion, which is why this must remain between us." Reggie paced, rubbing his sore shoulder and growing quite tired of the constant pain. "Lady Gallagher and I believe the Earl of East Cairn committed the deed." as he has been putting undue pressure on her to marry him. Nodding slowly, Mr. Crowley added, with his Grace deceased and East Cairn married to his only living child, he becomes the next Duke of Thornhill. Exactly. Hence my desire for you to look into his background. Once, I might have said such a man is above reproach, Mr. Crowley commented dryly. However, greed can easily make a mockery of honor. I do agree with you. I want to know if there is something driving him to murder. Could he also be the one behind the attempts to kill you? Mr. Crowley asked, his green eyes narrowed. That is a very good notion, as I am a rival for Lady Gallagher's hand. Mr. Crowley whistled. Things are beginning to make a terrible sort of sense. I agree. I have discovered who purchased the hemlock, my lord. Mr. Crowley went on slowly. A Mr. Thomas Booker bought a large bag of it, several pounds in fact, from a supplier near the Thames. The supplier I questioned did not ask him what he intended to use it for, as he claimed it was none of his business. Reggie rubbed his shoulder. I do not know any man named Thomas Booker. Thus far, I have not been able to find out anything about him, Mr. Crowley admitted. He was described as one of the working class and wore common clothing. I suspect he may be one of the men who tried to kill me. And rightly so. I have not managed yet to find them in the taverns where ex-soldiers frequent, but nor have I had time to inspect them all. Anything on East Cairn's background yet? No, my lord, my contacts have not yet returned to me. There is another man I want you to look into. The Duke's nephew, Patrick Miller. In what fashion? Mr. Crowley asked, frowning slightly. Surely he would not be involved. His behavior is highly erratic and questionable. He made an attempt to coerce His Grace into signing a marriage contract between East Cairn and Lady Gallagher. What would he have to gain by such a marriage? Nothing, except that he and East Cairn are close friends, and we are wondering if perhaps East Cairn is blackmailing him somehow. What a tangled web of deceit. Yes, my lord, I will add Mr. Miller to my investigations. Thank you. Is there anything else I should know about, my lord? Nothing I can think of at this time. Nodding, Mr. Crowley added with a smile. I know of ex-soldiers who hire themselves out as bodyguards. You might consider that as an option. I will, Reggie replied with a grin. Gazing at Amalia across the supper table, Reggie almost forgot the pain of his wound and thought himself the luckiest man alive. She wore a light brown dress trimmed in gold lace. Her vibrant brown hair braided and coiled atop her head, accenting her slender neck. Knowing he admired her openly, Amalia blushed bright pink and picked up her wineglass, smiling. The physicians think father will be awake by the morning, she said. They believe he is responding to the treatment. That is wonderful, Reggie replied and lifted his own glass. Here is to His Grace's full recovery. They both sipped, staring into one another's eyes. After supper, will you walk in the garden with me? He asked. I would like that very much. Does the name Thomas Booker mean anything to you, Amalia? She frowned, slicing the roast duckling on her plate. No, it does not. Why? He purchased several pounds of hemlock. She paused in the act of placing the meat in her mouth, frowning. He must have killed your mares. So, I believe. He could easily have slipped into my stables after the grooms went to bed and fed the apples laced with hemlock to them. He would have no need to disguise himself. That is such a vile and wicked deed, she snapped, angry on his behalf. Those horses were innocent. Believe me, when I catch him, he will pay for every one of them. Those poor things. Now that everything will be fine, nothing more will happen. Reggie frowned. Amalia, East Cairn and Patrick are still out there, uncaught and unpunished. It is far from over. What can East Cairn do now? She asked, puzzled, her fine brows furrowed. He cannot poison father. Mr. Bannock will find the footman soon. I certainly will not marry him. All that may be true, Reggie replied, knowing deep in his gut that East Cairn still had cards to play. But you must not drop your guard. Not until your father is on his feet and until East Cairn and Patrick are found. If they are innocent in all this, then someone is still out there wishing ill on the Duke. Amalia nodded slowly. You may be right. After they had finished their meals, and with Amalia's maid shadowing them as chaperone, Reggie held Amalia's hand as they strode among the fruit trees and rose bushes. Though it went against protocol to hold hands, Reggie suspected Edwina approved, for she made no comment or put a stop to it. Perhaps by Christmas, we will be married, he said, his voice low. Amalia pulled him to stop, staring up at him. Really? If the Duke approves, he said. I have wanted to marry you since I was a youngster. Strolling on, Amalia replied, amusement in her voice. I had dreamed of marrying you when we were children. I thought you were close to asking me once, just after I turned 18. I was, Reggie admitted. I had gained the courage to do so, and then you made a remark about what good friends we all were, and I lost my nerve. Laughing, Amalia said, I remember that. I intended it to be an encouragement to you. I am sorry it went awry. So here we are now, good friends and in love with each other both. She turned to him. Does this mean you might consider kissing me? Provided your chaperone will not take after me with a pistol. She approves of you. Then I would adore kissing you. Bending to her face, Reggie tenderly brushed his lips against hers, his right hand cupping her soft cheek, pouring all his feelings for her into the loving gesture. He felt her respond, sensed her emotions for him were equally powerful. Breaking their contact, but not pulling away from her, he breathed, I love you. I love you back. Reggie kissed her again, then straightened, unwilling to cross too many boundaries of propriety. A swift glance toward Edwina indicated she had watched them kiss, and her slight frown informed him he dared not go further. Amalia saw the direction of his eyes and giggled. I told you, Ed approves. Even so, I must not cross certain lines. I am a gentleman, after all. Taking her hand again, Reggie felt contentment in merely strolling round the sweet-smelling garden with Amalia. And even his pain could not disrupt it. I do wish Marshall could be here to see us together. He never said so, but I always thought he approved of a potential match of you and I. I believe he did as well. Amalia agreed. You were not just his best friend. He considered you his brother. And once we are married, he will be my brother in truth. Amalia sighed. I am so happy right now. My dreams are coming true. I have found love with a man who wants to marry me. I know we have not formally courted, Reggie said. But once the Duke is well again, I will do so. We should step out properly. I would like that. Reggie eyed her. Are you coming out of your shell? Wanting to be seen in public again? She gazed back at him with a grin. I had broken it, Reggie, when you handed me the hammer. Talk like that will get you kissed again. That might push Edwina's good nature to the limit. Then, I will content myself with merely holding your hand. She does not seem to mind that. If she did, she would have put a stop to it, forcefully, if necessary. Just what you need right now, a determined bodyguard. Amalia glanced toward her maid. Ed is indeed fiercely protective of me. I am very lucky. A footman hurried into the garden to bow low. His Grace's physicians have sent me to fetch you, my lady. Reggie's heart beat faster with alarm. Is His Grace all right? It appears he is awake and asking for you both. Chapter 19. Her heart in her throat, Amalia rushed to her father's bedside with Reggie, barely acknowledging the bows of Mr. Williams and Mr. Hill. "Father." He smiled up at her, his trembling hand reaching for hers as she sank into the chair beside him.
"Ah, how good to see you,
daughter,"
he said,
his voice stronger than she would have expected.
"You should be resting,"
she scolded.
"You need sleep."
"I have slept enough from what the good physicians have told me,"
the Duke replied,
his eyes leaving hers and resting on Reggie. "They also told me the cause of my illness. And now that we know,
Your Grace,"
Reggie told him, "we have taken steps to make sure it is not repeated.
And that is why I wished to see you both," her father went on,
a slight smile on his face. "By your expressions, it appears you two have finally acknowledged what I have known for years." Amalia sent a startled glance toward Reggie, then back at her father. "You knew Reggie was in love with me?"
"Only a blind man would have missed it,
daughter,"
he answered. "And you? Why? Our brother certainly knew and approved."
"And I trust you have also accepted your own feelings?" Blushing, Amalia smiled.
"Yes. I have finally realized what I have been missing all this time."
"Good. Then it is all settled."
"What is settled, Your Grace?"
Reggie asked, clearly confused.
"You must marry her, Reginald,"
her father said,
"but I need your agreement in front of these independent witnesses."
Now puzzled herself, Amalia glanced from Reggie to the Duke. "Whatever do you mean?"
The Duke sighed.
"Daughter,
I came within a hair of dying. It still might happen despite the best efforts of these good physicians.
I will not have you marry that idiot Eastcan, whether or not he is guilty of trying to kill me." "You knew?" Reggie asked,
astounded.
"I suspected something was going on when Patrick tried that foolishness," he answered, frowning. "Now, I wish to take steps to protect my daughter, in case I still succumb."
"You will not die,"
Amalia snapped, her fear making her angry. "I will not let you."
Her father smiled.
"Then let us call this a preliminary betrothal to be formalized at a later date. Reginald, do you agree to marry my daughter?"
"I do, Your Grace."
"And I trust this is what you wish, Amalia?" "You know it is, father." "Then this contract of marriage has been established in front of witnesses." "My good sirs?"
Mr. Hill and Mr. Williams both bowed.
"It is so witnessed," they intoned. The Duke drew a deep breath. "I feel so much better knowing you are marrying the right man, daughter. Reginald will care for you as you deserve. And you will be there at our wedding,
Your Grace."
As Amalia said, "You will not die. Whoever this fiend who tried to kill me turns out to be," the Duke replied heavily, "may still succeed. I will not be so foolish as to think it is impossible." Reggie nodded. "He may try again. But I have an investigator working on finding out who and why. Once we know, he will not try again." "Excellent, Reginald. Now I will take my daughter's advice and sleep again." Rising, Amalia bent to kiss his brow. "Good night, father." "Good night, daughter." "Reginald." Reggie bowed. "Until tomorrow, Your Grace." "Sleep well." Leaving the bedchamber, Amalia beckoned to Mr. Hill, who followed them out. Walking a distance away where they would not be overheard, Amalia asked, "Is there still a chance he might die?" "The toxins took a great deal of his strength, my lady," Mr. Hill replied. "I fear it may have caused damage to his organs. However, do not fret. That he is responding to our treatments gives me much hope." "And you are making sure that nothing passes his lips that can poison him again?" Reggie asked. "Quite certain. No one has entered the chambers, and both Mr. Williams and myself carefully examine everything we give him." "What about food?" Amalia bit her lower lip. It must come from the kitchen. Mr. Hill nodded. I will see to its preparation myself. If our suspicions are correct and a footman is doing this, Reggie went on, he will not be a party to its preparation, only its delivery. Thus, only I will bring him his food. Mr. Hill added. Amalia nodded, feeling better. Thank you, Mr. Hill. Be sure to get your own food and rest. As you are also my patient, my lord. Mr. Hill went on, looking at Reggie. I would have you sleep in one of the Duke's other rooms, close by. Given the unusual circumstances and how I need to remain in here, His Grace has granted his permission in this. He has informed his valet to look after you. Then I will return after I escort Lady Gallagher to her rooms. Mr. Hill bowed and returned to the Duke's bedchamber. Striding down the hallway toward her chambers with Reggie, Amalia said, her tone worried. While I am very glad my father is awake and still retains all his faculties, the fact that he betrothed us has me concerned. You are afraid he knows he is dying? Yes. Reggie touched her arm, halting her. He stared down into her face. His expression was mirroring her feelings. He may think it, but that does not mean it will happen. He has two very good physicians attending him. Trying to smile, Amalia nodded. He is just taking precautions, as he said. Let us not presume anything and continue to have hope that he will recover fully. You are right, Reggie. I am letting my fears get the better of me. He brushed his finger down her cheek. Sleep well, my sweet lady. And you, my betrothed. Amalia woke to a strange sound. Her chamber was dark with the faint light of a quarter moon gleaming through the windows and shadows lay everywhere. Sitting halfway up, she listened intently but heard nothing else. Staring into the night, she observed no movement through the doorway. Thinking Edwina had stumbled over a chair in her need to visit the chamber pot, she lay back on her pillow, waiting for Ed to return. For long moments, the room remained silent and still. Then she heard the stealthy, almost inaudible, sound of a scrape of leather against slate tile. Bolting upright, terror singing in her veins, Amalia cried, Ed? Edwina did not reply, nor was the sound repeated. That did not make Amalia feel reassured. Her eyes darted into every shadow within her private bedroom, seeking movement. Anything to tell her where an invader was. Her sheet clutched to her neck. Seeing nothing, she knew she was not alone. Feeling the eyes on her, the evil intent, Amalia drew in a breath to scream. Instantly, as though knowing her mind, a man lunged from behind the moonlight. His arm upraised. Amalia tried to dodge, but she had tangled herself in her bedclothes and was trapped. Her cry for help choked off when something hard hit her on the side of her head. Pain lanced through her skull. Amalia went limp, barely conscious, yet retained enough of her senses to know when she was picked up. The man, evidently quite strong, tossed her over his shoulder with the ease in which he might carry a child and hurried through her rooms to the door. Amalia tried to struggle, to cry out, but her arms and legs refused to cooperate. As though her messages to kick were not being received. Her shriek for help emerged as a helpless mumble. Her eyes would not focus, and her mind was little more than a strange jumble of sensations. Despite knowing she was being carried out of the house, Amalia could not concentrate on her efforts to halt it. "You got her?" said a man near her ear. The voice seemed familiar to her, but Amalia could not place it. She was thrown into a carriage, scented the leather beneath her face, felt its texture on her cheek. Opening her eyes, she saw through a bleary vision a mixture of light and shadow, but nothing made any sense to her. "Knocked her maid out," replied another voice. "Then her. Easier than I thought it would be. No one is awake at this hour. But you are certain you were not seen?" "No. We best be off before someone does, though." Was Tom successful? Hearing the slap of leather, Amalia felt the carriage jolt forward and half listened to the jingle of harness and the quick thudding of hooves as the horse took off at a trot.
I do not know.
We had our separate tasks, remember?
You and I grab her ladyship. Tom was to kill the Duke.
Those words succeeded in driving her senses to wakefulness more than anything could.
No, you will not kill my father. She began, fighting to sit up, to see, to escape her captors. What?
She is still awake, damn you.
Something cracked against her head, and Amalia knew nothing more.
A sharply cut-off grunt woke Reggie in the dead of night. Flinging himself from his bed and his heart galloping like a runaway horse, he found his trousers and slipped them on. The faint light of the moon streaming in through the windows in the Duke's sitting room gave him enough light to see by. Hustling from shadow to shadow, silent on bare feet, he headed for the Duke's bedchamber. He was rushing for the doorway when his feet hit something hard and yielding, yet solid. Bending, he ran his hands over the man's face.
Spectacles. This was Mr. Hill lying there, and Reggie did not wait to feel for a pulse. One glance into the room almost made his heart stop.
A dark figure moved from a second body on the floor toward the Duke's bed.
Reggie did not hesitate. At the top of his lungs, he yelled, "Fire! Awake! Fire!" At the same instant he charged the shadowy man. As he expected, the assassin spun at the sound of his yells, the glint of a dagger in his hand. The Duke woke immediately and rolled off the bed and onto the floor. Reggie struck the man full on, his right hand grabbing at the killer's fist that held the knife. Off balance, the man fell backward with Reggie on top of him, trying to use his weight to pin the assassin down. Pain exploded in Reggie's head as the other's fist crashed into it. Momentarily dazed, Reggie felt himself flung from the assassin's body. His head spinning, Reggie saw the other rise up, bending over him, preparing to plunge the dagger into his gut. Rolling to the side as the blade slashed not into his flesh but onto the slate floor. He switched direction instantly and cast his weight into the dagger and the hand wielding it. His own right fist punched the dark man in the jaw, knocking him back. The blade skittered into the night. Lunging up like a striking snake, Reggie hit the other man again. This time in his throat. His left hand, not as strong as his right, chopped the other behind his ear but did not cause much damage or pain. Throwing himself backward, choking, trying to drag air through his damaged throat, the assassin fought not to fight but to escape. He stumbled to his feet, but Reggie's legs swept his ankles out from under him, and he fell on his face onto the solid tiled floor. Reggie landed hard between the man's shoulder blades, hearing the last of his breath whoosh from his lungs. Seizing a handful of hair, Reggie lifted the fellow's head back, then slammed his forehead onto the slate. The assassin went limp under him. Panting, Reggie staggered off of him. "Your Grace!" he yelled. "Your Grace!" Here, floundering, trying to find his way in the dark toward the Duke, Reggie heard the far door of the apartments crash open. Lights, shouted voices, the stamp of running feet converged on the Duke's bedchamber. Ignoring the cries of what happened, as the footman led by Mr. Bannock charged in, Reggie utilized the light they brought to find his Grace. The Duke lay beside the bed, his flesh ashen, his breathing hard. "Reginald," he gasped. "I have you." Reggie muttered, bending. "I have you." His left shoulder screaming, Reggie lifted the Duke with his right arm under his shoulders and his left under his knees. During his illness, his Grace had lost a great deal of weight, and ordinarily would not be difficult to lift. Reggie's shoulder held out long enough for him to place the Duke back onto his bed. "Are you all right?" he asked, kneeling, sweating, ignoring the agony. By now, the bed was surrounded by a handful of footmen and Mr. Bannock while others tended to the dead or unconscious physicians. Shouts from the other rooms indicated that the Duke's valet had been discovered. The Duke nodded, still trying to get his breath. "Your Grace?" Mr. Bannock asked,
still wearing his nightdress. "That man on the floor." Reggie pointed, still panting. "Came to kill the Duke." "The doctors?" "Looks like they were knocked unconscious," Mr. Bannock replied, his eyes on his grace. "Thank God you are here, my lord." "Amalia." The Duke grabbed Reggie's wrist. "My daughter." Reggie's heart faltered. He felt it stop for a long moment before starting up again. "Oh, God, no." Lunging to his feet, he ran through the mob of servants attending to the injured, still asking questions, and pounded down the hall to Amalia's chambers. He found the door wide open and Edwina screaming. Rushing in through the questioning servants had arrived. Reggie dropped to his knees beside the bleeding, shrieking maid. "Edwina!" he yelled. "Edwina!" She clutched him, weeping, hysterical, frantic. "They took her. Oh, God, they took her." Chapter 20. "They will not harm her." Reggie paced the Duke's quarters, still in his state of undress and wearing only his trousers. "They will not harm her." The Duke lay propped up on his pillows, watching him. "If it is East Cairn, then no, he will not. He will need her signature on a marriage contract." In the room with them were Mr. Bannock and his son, Stephen, the latter comforting a still weeping Edwina. Mr. Hill and Mr. Williams regained consciousness with lumps on their heads and blood trickling through their hair, while the Duke's valet nursed his own headache in a nearby armchair. "This has to be East Cairn's work," Reggie snarled, still pacing. "He needs you killed, no matter the cost, in order to marry Amalia." The would-be assassin sat on the floor, his hands bound behind his back and blood trickling down from the tremendous bruise on his forehead. He clenched his jaw, not looking at anyone, but Reggie had recognized him instantly. The man who asked him if he was on the right road, Chichester. Thus far, he had refused to answer any of their questions, and Reggie was ready to tear him apart. "He may force her to sign," Mr. Bannock said calmly, "but it will be nullified immediately. Not just for being signed under duress, but also because you are her betrothed, and it was witnessed." Reggie swung toward him, his upper lip curled in disdain. "That will hardly matter if he gets his signature, then drags her off to be married immediately. And then—" Reggie choked off his words, yet they stuck in his throat like a blade. Thornhill nodded as if he had spoken, his eyes, dark gold with fury, watched Reggie. "She will hold out, Reginald," he said softly. "She will not sign." He tried to nod, swallowing hard. "She will give us time to find her." "I have sent footmen to wake up the constables," Mr. Bannock said. "Bring them here to arrest this fellow and help us find Lady Gallagher. I also need them to find an inspector named Andrew Crowley. I do not have an address, however. I also need a magistrate named Randolph Healy. Have them found and brought here as soon as they can." Mr. Bannock bowed. "I will, my lord." "Your Grace." Spinning on his heel, he left the chambers. Reggie once more paced, unable to remain still in his fear and rage. He tried to think, to put himself in East Cairn's shoes and consider what the man might do. "He thinks you are dead," he muttered, glancing at the man on the floor. "He has Amalia, but he thinks you are dead, Your Grace. How can we use that?" "I do not know, Reginald." The Duke snapped, "But I cannot talk to a whirlwind. Stop that infernal pacing. And you must get dressed this instant. Thomas, fetch him a shirt." The valet rose, bowed, and left the room. Reggie happened to be watching the dark assassin when the Duke spoke. He started at the name Thomas, then resumed his staring at the floor. "Thomas Booker," Reggie barked. The man glanced up involuntarily, then back down. "You killed my horses?" Reggie snarled, lunging toward him, his fists clenched. Whether Thornhill signaled them somehow, Reggie had no idea, but 3 footmen blocked his way. Their hands pushed him back when he tried to go around them. But it was only when the Duke bellowed at him to stop did Reggie at last back off. He pointed his finger at Booker. "You will hang," he gritted. "Reginald, cease this nonsense and sit down." Reggie obeyed and sat with his elbows on his knees, his head down. When the Duke's valet wordlessly handed him a shirt, Reggie yanked it on and buttoned it without looking at anyone. He heard the Duke muttering under his breath but did not try to understand what he said. Encased within a cage of his rage and terror, he tried not to visualize what East Cairn might be doing to Amalia. "Reginald, I need you calm and thinking," Thornhill said. "Please." Dragging in deep gulps of air, Reggie lifted his head and nodded. "I am, Your Grace." "Listen to me. The longer Amalia holds out, the better are our chances of finding her. Right?" Reggie scraped his hands down his face. "Right. We get every constable, every Bow Street runner, at every church and chapel. Are you with me? They are to tell all priests, reverends, and vicars they are not to perform any weddings until further notice." Reggie nodded. "What if he takes her out of the city?" Thornhill froze. "Let us pray he does not. If he believes I am dead, then he will not go far, as he will return here to claim his inheritance." "Of course." Reggie tried not to think of what would happen if East Cairn actually married Amalia. "I do not care. I will still marry her once the marriage is annulled and he is dead. I will make her my wife and love her until we are both dust. He will not harm her." He muttered as though it were a mantra to ward off evil. "She is a stubborn and willful woman, Reginald," Thornhill said firmly. "Remember that." Though Reggie did know that, he also knew of ways where one might coerce another through pain without causing serious damage. East Cairn is a nobleman and would not harm her. He will not harm her. Despite reminding himself of that repeatedly, he did not believe it. Uneasily, he recalled the greed in East Cairn's blue eyes when he gazed at Amalia at the supper table. Under the physician's ministrations, the Duke fell asleep as Reggie stared at Booker, who refused to speak or meet his eyes. The footmen in their nightclothes stood at attention as though they were in full livery, ready to serve or pounce on Reggie if his murderous urges came on him again. Dawn lightened the sky outside, turning the sky from black to grey, and Mr. Bannock entered the Duke's chambers. He glanced at the sleeping Thornhill, then beckoned for Reggie. Reggie followed him out of the Duke's hearing, watching as the physicians conferred in low voices near the bed. "What did you find?" "Both the magistrate and the inspector are on their way here," Mr. Bannock replied. "I gave a description of East Cairn to the chief of constables as well as his family crest and drew a reasonable likeness of the Earl for him to show his men." "Excellent. If Patrick is being blackmailed into helping him, they need to know what he looks like as well." "Already done." "His Grace suggested the constables and runners forbid any church or chapel to marry anyone. Can you see to that?" "Certainly. That bastard will not marry her ladyship while I am here to stop it. Now there are 2 more villains with them, but they are so ordinary as to be invisible. Any thoughts?" Mr. Bannock frowned. If he no longer needs them, perhaps he dismissed them. Reggie smiled but knew it held no humor. "I am also a target, as I am both a witness and a rival. He must kill me." "Your guest rooms were not disturbed, my lord. They went in and perhaps found me missing. Please send a footman to my own house and inform my steward and butler of my current state of health. Also, warn them to be wary of any deception regarding me." Mr. Bannock bowed. "I will see to it." After Mr. Bannock left, Reggie returned to his rooms to wash and change, painfully shrugging into a shirt, waistcoat, and coat. To his surprise, his stitches had not come loose in the struggle against Booker. Yet the area around the wound was swollen and hot to the touch. Heading back toward the Duke's rooms, he found the old butler in the hallway. "Perkins," he said, catching the man's attention and bow. I need 5 footmen who have worked for the Duke for many years and are absolutely loyal, all the way to their bones.
I heard about last night, my lord, Perkins replied. I know just the men you require. Thank you.
Perkins scowled, the first expression Reggie had ever seen on the man's face. Bring her ladyship back to us, my lord.
Bring her back.
Reggie nodded grimly.
You have my word.
He had no sooner started toward the Duke's apartments when Mr. Bannock trotted up the stairs and hailed him,
my lord. As Perkins went back down them to fetch the footman, Reggie waited for the steward.
The inspector and the magistrate you sent for are here, my lord.
Mr. Bannock said quickly.
They brought a small army of constables as well as the chief.
Most excellent.
I sent Perkins to find the most loyal footman to stay with his grace. Right now, they are not servants, but bodyguards. Until they arrive, will you remain with him? I am taking no more chances with his safety.
Of course. Mr. Bannock answered.
And Stephen and I are still sifting through possible assassins among them. We will find him soon enough. I know you will.
Reggie glanced toward the door to the Duke's rooms. Keep his grace safe.
You find our little girl.
We love her, you know.
Reggie grinned tightly. So do I. He found Mr. Healy and Mr. Crowley in the foyer with a dozen constables in their uniforms and short capes, talking in low voices to each another who Reggie suspected might be the chief. They ceased their conversation and bowed as he approached.
Thank you for coming,
Reggie told them. I trust you know what has happened?
The Duke was attacked in the night, and her ladyship taken. Mr. Healy replied, his expression bleak. Exactly.
The man who tried to kill his grace is upstairs in the Duke's rooms, and I would appreciate it if he was hauled out of there and placed under arrest.
The tall man with the piercing eyes signaled to 3 constables, who rushed up the stairs.
I am Chief Robert Carson, my lord. My men and I are at your disposal. We believe Lady Gallagher was taken captive by the Earl of East Cairn. Reggie told him.
He needs to marry her.
Thus I would ask that you spread your men around the city to halt any potential marriage between them.
I will give orders right now. As he spoke to his men, Reggie turned to Mr. Crowley.
Did you find anything about East Cairn that might enable us to find Lady Gallagher?
He has to take her someplace out of sight of witnesses, then coerce her into signing a contract.
That rules out hotels and inns.
Mr. Crowley replied with a frown.
I did discover he is not nearly as wealthy as one would think, my lord.
Through bad decisions,
he has run his businesses into the ground and is all but broke. He is in deep debt to his creditors and is on the verge of selling his Scottish estates. He badly needs a good marriage to keep himself from going to debtor's prison. There is his motive for needing to marry her ladyship and murdering the Duke. Reggie scrubbed his face with his hand. Does he have any property here in the city?
Mr. Crowley snapped his fingers, his green eyes brightening. Yes.
A small warehouse on the Thames.
Reggie caught the attention of a footman.
Have the grooms saddle 6 of the Duke's horses, he ordered. The man bowed and departed. I trust you will go with us, Mr. Healy? Reggie asked. Having a magistrate there as a witness to East Cairn's deeds will go a long way in prosecuting him in the Crown Courts.
Mr. Healy bowed. I would not miss it, my lord.
I will need you as well, Mr. Carson, Reggie added. And 2 of your constables.
Mr. Carson nodded.
I have sent the others on their way,
and they will obtain the assistance of the runners as well.
Before Reggie could speak again, the sound of heavy boots on the stairs drew his attention. The 3 constables, cudgels in their hands, escorted Thomas Booker down them. He scowled darkly as he saw Reggie watching him, but there was no mistaking the fear in his expression. He had been caught trying to murder a duke as well as a marquis, and he knew his fate. He will hang. Mr. Healy murmured as the constables took him through the door.
Yes.
Reggie glanced at him. Now let us go catch the man who paid him. Chapter 21. Her head aching, fear coursing through her in waves, Amalia glared her hatred and defiance at Eastcairn.
I will not sign that,
she snapped. You will, Amalia. Eastcairn replied easily, and gestured toward the man standing to her right. My friend there knows a few techniques to ensure a person's willing cooperation. Though she had no memory of how she had gotten to this place, she heard the cry of gulls and smelled the stink of fish, and knew she was near the river. By the appearance of the wide space, she thought this was an old warehouse, though it was empty of anything save the three of them. You know this is hardly legal, Amalia retorted through her parched mouth. It does not matter. Eastcairn paced away from her. Your father is dead, as is Lyonhall. I am your only protector and advocate. Though she tried not to show it, horror and grief almost struck her down, and her legs felt as though they might crumble at any moment. Only the knowledge that Eastcairn would say anything to break her willpower held her upright. You lie, she hissed. Reggie is too smart to be killed so easily, and my father is protected. She held on to that hope even as Eastcairn leered down at her. The door at the far end opened, and Patrick stepped inside. Patrick! Amalia cried, hope rushing through her as she ran toward him. Help me! The man caught her before she managed 4 steps. Patrick! Amalia screamed. Her cousin grinned as he sauntered across the wooden planks of the warehouse. Did she sign yet? He asked. Not yet, Eastcairn answered. She will, though. Amalia stared at Patrick, the realization dawning on her, as well as the rage at this terrible betrayal. You are in league with him, she whispered. Patrick, still grinning, leaned toward her, yet his eyes held no warmth nor humor. Of course, cousin. We planned this together, Freddie and I. Why? Why would you do this? Patrick's grin faded to be replaced by annoyance. Money, of course, he snapped. I should have been firstborn. When Marshall died, I started thinking. If the old man passes on, and you are married to my good friend here, I will have all the wealth I want. Amalia glanced at the now grinning Eastcairn. So, you think that by killing my father and marrying me, you gain wealth as well as titles? Are you only just now realizing that, Amalia? He replied, his blue eyes glinting. Patrick came up with the idea of the poison. Make it look like the Duke died of natural causes. Then you marry me, I give my friend here the money he craves. And I have your father's wealth, titles, and estates to add to my own. When those infernal physicians started to heal him, Patrick added, I replaced their remedies with more poison. Dead easy, you know. I will tell everyone what you did. Amalia snarled, her eyes flattened. You will not marry me, and if you do, it will be annulled immediately. Eastcairn sighed dramatically. Not with you at my Scottish estates, bearing my children while in seclusion. Surely, Amalia, did you not believe we would think of that? Patrick thrust the contract at her. Sign it, cousin, and let us get this over with. For an answer, Amalia spit in his face. Patrick recoiled, then he glared at her, lifting his hand as though he would strike her. Your father is dead, and so is Reggie. He gritted. Sign it and spare yourself much pain. You were there last night, she cried. You kidnapped me. I remember your voice. Sign it, Amalia, he yelled. No. Eastcairn raised his hand, gesturing, and the stranger stepped toward her, his expression oddly blank. Amalia watched him come, fear making her tremble. Determined not to show it, nor give in, she spun around to run to the door. Patrick must have expected it, for she slammed into his strong body, his hands gripping her arms. "I told you, sign it and spare yourself the pain," he growled in her ear.
"You will sign in the end."
"No," Amalia screamed. "Stay away from me."
The warehouse door crashed open.
Almost as surprised as Patrick and Eastcairn, Amalia felt his grip on her arms loosen a fraction. Wrenching herself free, she dodged to the side before Patrick could seize her again. Reggie, with 3 men at his back, charged in. "Reggie!" Amalia shrieked, spinning away from Patrick as he tried once more to grab her. The stranger bolted instantly for the river entrance behind them, yet before he could go far, it, too, burst open. A uniformed constable swung his cudgel and cracked the man across the head, dropping him to the floor. Eastcairn lunged for Amalia in the same instant and seized only a handful of her sleeve. It tore as she screamed, running toward Reggie, leaving only cloth in Eastcairn's grip. Patrick, too, tried to run, to escape past the 2 constables at the rear door. "You bastard!" Reggie snarled, swinging his fist at Eastcairn's face. Behind the protection of the men Reggie brought, Amalia watched in fear and hope as Eastcairn dodged Reggie's blow, and struck back with a punch to Reggie's gut. Though it clearly took Reggie's wind, his upraised arm deflected yet another wild swing toward his face. Lunging forward, Reggie tackled Eastcairn to the floor. Reggie's knee in the Earl's midsection doubled him over, and his hard fist to his jaw snapped Eastcairn's head back against the wooden planks, momentarily stunning him. "Shackles!" Reggie bellowed, striking Eastcairn again in the face, then pushed him over onto his belly. One of the men with her ran forward with clinking iron as Reggie forced Eastcairn's arms behind his back. The Earls were securely fastened with steel cuffs and chains even as the 2 other constables pinned Patrick down and forced his arms behind him. "Let me go!" Patrick yelled. "He made me do this. I did not do anything wrong. Eastcairn made me do it." One of the men turned to Amalia. "My lady, I am Magistrate Healy. Is this true?" Amalia's lips twisted. "No, it is not. He tried to poison my father." "His own uncle. He told me hymns." "LF. They both planned this together." Reggie rose from Eastcairn, then helped the constable drag Eastcairn to his feet. Eastcairn still fought, cursing, his blue eyes wild, blood oozing from his smashed lip and nose. Patrick, too, was dragged forward, still protesting his innocence. "Amalia is lying," he yelled. "Eastcairn forced me. It was all him." The Earl tried to kick him. "Traitor!" he spat. "A wagon is on its way," said one of the constables. He bowed to Amalia. "My lady, I am Chief Robert Carson. These men are now arrested, and they will be charged with attempted murder and kidnapping, hangable offenses." "My father!" she cried, frantic, staring at Reggie. "Is he alive?" Reggie grinned. "Very much so. And the man who tried to kill him will hang alongside these 2. And we will soon find the 3rd fellow who shot me on the road." "Oh, thank God." Amalia wanted to curl up on the floor and weep in relief. She controlled the urge to do that and stepped toward Eastcairn. Swinging her hand, she slapped him hard across his cheek. "Damn you!" she shrieked. "You deserve what you get." His lip curled in hate and defiance. "Only luck saved both of them," he snarled. "If they had died, I would have you and more wealth than I can spend in a lifetime." Eastcairn glared at Reggie. "And your precious horses that you refused to sell me. I would have had them, too." Reggie grinned into his face. "Now you face the rope, Eastcairn, and you will be buried in an unmarked grave, your name forgotten. I hope you find all your crimes worth it." A constable entered the warehouse and saluted Chief Carson. "We came with the wagon, Chief." Good. Take these men and put them in it. As East Cairn and Patrick struggled, they were marched firmly out the door even as more men entered to assist. Amalia watched as the unconscious man was dragged unceremoniously out the door, his wrists also shackled behind him. Now free of East Cairn, Reggie enfolded Amalia in his arms. "Thank God we found you," he murmured, kissing her brow. "How did you find me?" she asked, muffled against his shoulder. Reggie chuckled and pushed her gently away to gesture toward a young man with red hair and bright green eyes. "This is Mr. Andrew Crowley," Reggie explained. "He is an investigator, and I hired him to find out who is behind all this. He discovered this warehouse as belonging to East Cairn and brought us to you." Mr. Crowley bowed. "A pleasure to meet you, at last, my lady." "Simple thanks are hardly enough, Mr. Crowley," Amalia told him. "But I do thank you." "My pleasure. I am very glad that we found you, and you are unharmed." Reggie glanced at the magistrate. "If we are not needed right now, Mr. Healy, I would like to take Lady Gallagher home. His Grace is worried sick about her." "I think we have most everything we need right now, my lord," he replied with a smile at Amalia. "My office will be in touch." "Thank you." Reggie led Amalia outside where the big wagon lined with stout bars and a roof stood waiting. Both East Cairn and Patrick sat inside, glaring at them as the constables finished locking its door. After the men jumped onto the steps and held onto the wagon's sides, the driver cracked his whip over the team of four. Amalia watched the wagon roll out of sight, then clasped Reggie's hand. "It is finally over," she whispered. "Yes, it is." He squeezed her fingers, gazing down at her. "I had hoped Patrick was innocent in all this. I never thought he could have willingly participated in murder," Amalia replied. "I expect that greed can change a person." Reggie guided her toward a line of waiting saddled horses, and the carriage Patrick used to kidnap her. "Yes, it can, Amalia. I will drive you home now. The others will return your father's horses to the house." Though it was improper, Amalia refused to let go of Reggie's arm as he guided the single horse away from the river. She gazed at the passing traffic and structures, the people striding along the sidewalks, the workmen going about their labors. "I love you so much, Reggie," she murmured. "Can we be married by Christmas?" "I do not see why not," he replied with a grin for her. "I suppose a whirlwind courtship is in order." "I dare say your father will approve." "He will. At a more proper time and place," Reggie went on. "I will more formally ask you to marry me." "No," Amalia said, gazing up at him. "I want to hear it now." Reggie's grin widened. "Amalia Gallagher, will you marry me?" She squeezed his arm, matching his grin. "Yes, Reggie Davidson, I will marry you."
If you like our channel, please subscribe and make sure to click on the bell icon, so that you won't miss any future audiobooks we'll upload for free each week on YouTube.